Morning, Dan.
You ready?
Yes, we are. Jason, you on? Good morning, everybody. Good morning, audience. How are you all? Glad to see you all here. A few things that I'd like to just go ahead and clear off of our plate. I want to first congratulate everyone on the job well done. Our FCAT scores have come out. I know that high school grades will be, administered or at least awarded in October. But for the most part, we received our school grades last week. And there were some, I think, fine performances. I know that comes without saying that that doesn't mean that our students, particularly our teachers and our administrators, did a great job of what they did. Larry, I just want to congratulate Delora. Looking at those results, fantastic improvements. I don't know if obviously you looked at the entire list, but Delora led the middle schools as far as total scores. And so I just want to say job well done to your students, to your faculty, to the administrative team there. Just an extraordinary amount of, I think, work went into that. And obviously it paid off and it showed. So you all must be very, very proud in what you all have done. So
We have a great faculty.
yeah, so things have gone really well. I think you also have a great administrative team there too. But I just want to let you guys know, I was really pleased with the results. A lot has happened since last week. And I know that we really would like to get down and talk about those things. I know you all have got a list that I can see that you all have been working on. So Dan, with that, I just want to say it's good to be back at the table. I'm glad we're here. I feel like things have been very, very productive this summer. And of course, last week was the same way. Feel very good about it. So with that, let's get down to some work today.
All right, you gave us a challenge. You said at the end we're going to get working today,
Yeah.
and we're going to take a shot at getting this done. If we don't, we're not going to be disappointed. We have the next Wednesday, I think, 23rd,
Yes, the 23rd.
scheduled, so it won't be no tears if we have to come back, but we can go through all we can.
All right.
Don't anyone be intimidated by what's up there. Some of those things are just going to be to wrap up some issues that are already done. Some we might be introducing for the first time, but they're not huge. They're all important. I figure we take about 3 hours to talk about steering committees, and then we'll jump to the schedule. Then we'll jump right into.
I think we're all over the word steering committee.
We'll jump right into. No, we did get some feedback there, social media chatter and some other things. So
Yes,
we'll
I
get to
know.
that. And I want you to know, Jim, we worked that first half hour. Wasn't just to eat your breakfast, but
Right.
we went through our list of priorities and
Okay.
basically said, here's what we really would want to cover if we're going to wrap up a contract.
Okay.
Some other things we put aside based on a very positive attitude we've had, and something that you mentioned, that we may check in. Well, we will check in during the year with each other. We may schedule a fall bargaining session to look over some things. And some of the things we're talking about now, we may get back to. Just
Good.
kind of look at how they're doing. So some things we'll be willing to put aside. Some things we're going to give y'all some chores to look at some stuff, and it'll just be, we know that we'll get back to it in the fall. So I don't want anyone thinking that, okay, we wrapped it up, and then the rest just got swept into the trash can. It'll be, we wrapped it up, and the rest is simmering, and we're going to get to it.
And the audience knows, and I know your board knows, that our way in which we work is fluid. It never really ever ceases just because we might sign a contract. Dan's absolutely right. We're always constantly seeking to try to listen and come back to the table as many times as possible. So it's always very much a fluid process. So I'm glad you said that, because I was worried that we might get into a point where your all's things or our things were forgotten, and then everyone has hard feelings because they're not worked on or taken with due diligence. So.
Jim, I want to shut this thing off a little better here. I thought I had it off and it just made a noise. So the sorry to interrupt there. Let me try again. Get a little kid to show me how to do this. All right, there we go. I think it'll be quiet. All right. You want to? I gave you some language. You want to take a quick look at that? Hopefully, this is something we could really bring to resolution.
All right. Is this something that everyone has?
We all have. I gave you copies for your team.
Oh,
I didn't give them out
copies.
to your team.
Thank you. I thought it was all one big document. So I thought, holy moly.
We were busy.
I was going to say, it's a big old thick term paper right here.
30 pages of contract language. Now, the first is grievance procedure, so we owe that to you after we, I think we agreed to the process. You had a nice chart made, and then we just had to turn it into language.
Yes.
Simon, we'll take just make sure we captured your, captured our intentions. And then we try to clean up the steering committee stuff. And hopefully that'll be quick. We can take two quick things and cross them off. They're giving out what they have left.
I had 3 extras.
Oh, okay.
Hey, where's the break and work on that, my money? Is it 21 days?
Dan,
Yeah.
step
Yes,
two,
sir.
This doesn't make sense,
the
right?
second line,
Mhm.
says isn't her crossed off, should principal be crossed off too?
Probably. Guys, I'd say be free with pointing out typos if you're fun.
Susan, our.
We already have
Susan's
a,
in that area. She'll tighten it up.
step 2, line 2, cross out principal as well?
Yeah.
And then
Okay.
And the word form.
And the rule 4, grievance 4.
All right, I'm not gonna do that, Rick, since it's like Roger's got it.
There we go. The complete grievance to the director. Okay, yeah, cross out, yeah, in this step 2, line 2, cross out the word for and the word principal. And then it'll make sense. If you're wondering why it doesn't make sense. Looks like a little bit further, 1, 2, 3. It looks like line 4, I crossed out the word the, it should have stayed.
Yes.
Receipt of the step 2 filing the director, right, so we'll scratch back in the.
Team, are we in agreement?
Get your typo police out there looking. Jim, are you already looking at steering
Yeah,
committee?
we spent it red.
We're going to copy about the second one.
Okay, I know.
You just read right on through?
Well, I wanna first make sure
It's
that
there.
they're okay.
It's
Is
there in
everyone,
that 60-12.
everyone on our team happy with Article 4 grievance procedures? Does it capture what we'd all agreed upon?
Yes.
Pending those typo corrections, we got a
Yeah,
4
with the typo
principal.
corrections, we'll make those, so we can TA that.
We could TA the grievances,
We can
okay.
TA the grievance. We'd like to caucus if it's okay on the steering committee. I don't know if you want us to caucus now and do this after we may want to we may want to look at some other things. I don't know how you want to
Okay.
proceed. But
Just keep in mind, we were trying to capture what, what we talked about. I don't think there's anything new in here, surprising. There is a typo on the back. I'll point out the typo on the back.
First line.
You wanna take a few minutes, Doc?
Can we go outside for 10 minutes to caucus on 2 and you guys
You
have
want us-
breakfast? No, you stay.
Oh, you want to say, okay.
You'll stay, we'll go. We'll take this, we'll leave everything here and we'll go talk about this.
If I may, just before you run out, we had some things that were not in the language, but because of some of the conversation that went out on social media, some of the emails we received, I want to make sure I clarify at the table, just to give your team a chance to say, we understand that, of course, these are meetings that we have, and we'll get them into the bargaining notes without having the right language, okay? So if I may just bring up a few points,
All right.
and then you tell me if that is the spirit, okay, just because there's some folks that, may put out some information. A concern we have is that, or folks have, and we have it too, as we go through the years of bargaining, as we go off into the future and we're at the table bargaining, where's the table bargaining, we're not trying to create something that gets us out of bargaining topics. So I think a concern was that, I may bring a concern to you, you may bring a concern to me, and we might just say, oh, let the steering committee do that. So that's not our concern, to create a vehicle that we just dump problems into.
I see.
That steering committee, they will choose their stuff at the school. They'll choose what issues are necessary to talk about at that school without the bargaining team assigning stuff to them.
Okay.
Sound like what we're trying to do?
I want to discuss that with my team, but I understand what it is that you all are intending the steering committee to do. It sounds to
Is that-
me that the steering committee generates issues amongst the faculty and then brings them to the
Correct.
principal. And the principal and that steering committee decide if this should be discussed in that first meeting. I mean, it must be discussed, but the ultimate decision rests with the principal.
Right.
I see, but
Yeah,
it's
the
not,
principal
but we're
wants-
not creating a vehicle for you and I to sit here and bargain at the table and say, well, let the steering committee deal with it, let the steering
Correct.
committee. We don't want to
Correct.
jump on that, because we want to leave the steering committee available and free to decide what their issues are at their individual school sites.
Correct. That's it. And I mean, this came out of discussion here at the
Yes.
table where we agreed, not every school has an issue
Right.
with homeroom classes, with pulling students for this, that. So if a school has that concern, if the faculty decides to bring it up, these are all homegrown issues. And I don't want people in an audience or among us or future people sitting at this table thinking that, okay, this is a vehicle that we just drop the issues on the steering committee and assign them work to do. At the same time, we don't want administration, or we don't want this steering committee to substitute administration and teachers having good conversation.
True.
If I'm your teacher and you're my principal, I go to you with an issue, a solution should be, I'll go bring that to the steering committee.
Right.
Solution should be, we're gonna talk about it and reach whatever we do.
I see it, I don't know about my team, that's why we want a caucus, but I agree with you that the steering committee is held separate and just a school committee, not
Okay.
anything that we dump them on. It's kind of like, if we have bargaining issues here at the table, you and I discuss those, that's more global in nature. You and I will decide and work on that with our teams, whereas that the steering committee is more local, it's at the school, and we don't want to confuse having global issues dumped into, what I
Correct.
said, you see what I'm saying? Jim, you with me?
Another thing I think we agree on, but I think it's good just to put it out there, we put in something, I think we actually took out the language about BFT holds the vote,
Yes.
because that was something that, it was a sticking point for you all, that why is BFT holding this and everything. But I do want to agree in spirit, at least, that administration is not responsible for creating this. This is not a job on a principal to go track down and put this together. The issues that come to administration from the steering committee should be, or at least the steering committee may choose to keep them anonymous. Meaning it's not meant for a principal to try to figure out, well, who brought up that issue? It's meant to be a safe harbor for where you can bring an issue. The steering committee figures if it's really a global issue, and a principal doesn't have to go track down behind the scenes, go through the henchman network to figure out who is it that's saying this about me. It's just,
Dan, I know that, I don't even have to really probably, I mean, I'm gonna talk to my team right now when we caucus, but I know what's gonna come up. I'm trying to figure out, and I know they're gonna want to hear you explain, why, if we've said to you all, let the steering committee be wide open to discuss any issues that they want to discuss, which means they can then discuss if they want supervisory duty and all the things that you've listed. Why are we still wanting to write language and put that in contract? Why are we wanting to say, like, for instance, your second sentence? It is understood that the review of supervisory duties described herein may occur through this committee.
Okay, that's a very good
Why
question.
are we putting that in the
The
contract?
reason we want that is because we have a piece of language in there that talks about, and it's in that 6D12, that talks about the intention of the supervisory duties being fair and equitably distributed.
So if we already
So-
have it in the contract, and we want to leave that there, why would we want to put it again and let the steering committee?
Well, we just want to say that that steering committee may decide to take on that task, meaning it would relieve the need for a committee to do the supervisory and the potty and all that other stuff.
All right.
So if the steering committee gets together and says, hey, we can just take over that, and we don't need that other group anymore, because we got teachers serving on so many committees. So a steering committee might say, look, we can do that.
And then I think, and I'm not going to count them as sentences, but it's, I think the second to the last sentence in your first paragraph, discussion of the steering committee may include, but not limited to, homeroom scheduling or fair pulling of students from instructional time. See, again, it's almost like our language is directing the steering committee what they have to talk about, whereas we would like to leave it wide open and let them decide what the issues are for the day.
Here's what I'd like to do there. Here's what I'd like to do there. This is my last point. Remember I said I got a couple things?
Sure.
A union value that we're bringing up, kind of a criticism of the district, but I think y'all are really addressing it, really working on it, may turn into a strength actually, is sometimes things are rolled out and not revisited.
Okay.
Not to mention the evaluation system, but sometimes things are rolled out and say, let it go, let it go, let it go. And teachers feel powerless to say, hey, wait a second. Okay, so as new things come down the line, we want to make sure we have the vehicles in place that there'll be a review. Like, for example, this new software that Ms. Pace was, showing off,
True North Logic.
the data collection system.
Performance matters.
We want to make sure that early on we're getting some feedback on it, whether or not it's the bargaining team, but I mean, we want to make sure there's a vehicle in place for some feedback. With this, I would hope that we will right away agree that in the fall, if we all get together, or in the spring, if we all get together, we have a discussion, put the pressure on BFT, go out to our building reps, ask how are these things doing? And if they're doing fine, that might be the first piece of language we cross out.
Here's what I would like to say to you all as a group. I believe since this is the first time that we've ever really talked about steering committees being put into our language, which is something you all brought to us through the 8 years that I've sat on this on this committee, that you all are going to take it very seriously. Because you all wanted it for so long. You all are passionate about this. And you know what? I'm all for this. I want to let you know right now, I'm okay with the steering committee. I'm glad it's going into the contract. I don't believe for a second this will be something that you all will let your folks sweep up under the carpet. You all fought for so long and are so passionate about it that I guarantee you that you've said that you want a BFT rep to sit on the steering committee, correct? That I'm almost certain that you all are almost guaranteed that the issues that really are going to serve you all and the purpose of what the steering committee is all about will be taken care of directly without putting a lot of things in the contract that are going to spell out exactly what they need to do. Because you all were going to you all were going to set your agenda with your building reps very early on. You all will establish the agenda, and of course the building rep will come in and make sure that, hey, the steering committee brings these to the attention of the principal.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're going to talk
feel
this.
strongly that you all we're just not going to need that much language that really specifically says what the steering committee has to do. So I want y'all, while we caucus, I want y'all to really consider what I've just said, because
We're going to look at that sentence. Would you
Yeah.
say that's the one, I mean, is that the one that's
the
kind
two
of sticking out in
sentences.
your mind?
I think the two
Okay.
sentences. I think we're
Which
not
one?
wanting to dictate how supervisory duties and homeroom scheduling and the pulling of students
Okay.
from instructional time. We don't want to direct the steering committee to have to do that when we're saying they can discuss any of that at any time with the steering committee and the principal.
It is, yeah. Let me make sure I get you, so it is, so the supervisory duty, the second sentence, and then the second from the
From the, yeah, that's.
discussion and it, okay.
All
So we're
right.
gonna take a look at that and see if those are sticking points,
All right.
and you all see if we capture the rest. There's a typo on the back page, Jim, where it says nor should be not, on the first line towards the right.
Uh-huh. It should be not. Yeah.
May I just ask one clarifying question?
Sure.
Based on what you're saying at the top, Article 6D12, after the current language. So you want to retain what's currently in the contract, because originally we had proposed striking that with this language following.
And that, right, yes, and that is specifically because there's a lot of value in that language. It talks about supervisory duties, fair and equitable.
I just want to make sure I
We wanted
understood.
to keep that
Well,
without losing that out.
last week, what I thought we, and I know we haven't agreed on anything, but I thought I understood that we would keep the first sentence. And that would be, the parties agree that the provisions for the student supervision is primarily the responsibility of the professional employees in order to ensure the safe school environment. Then we were gonna get rid of supervisory duty assignments and supervisory duties for teachers' restroom breaks shall be reviewed by the principal and the faculty committee to ensure adequate supervision and equitable distribution of assignments. Faculty volunteers to the committee will be sought. I thought we were gonna strike that and insert this, because we
Well-
wanted to get rid of the potty language, that's what we're calling it, and insert the steering committee and keep that first sentence because it protected you guys.
Well, the one that we really like, just so y'all know, the spirit of that we really want to keep. I mean, we'll get over restroom breaks, but, I mean, restroom breaks, I think that's functioning okay.
Yeah.
Where it's not functioning might be because teachers don't realize it. We have it in place that if I'm an activity teacher, if I'm a classroom teacher, if I need a break, I call the office, I don't get disciplined, I get my break
Right.
if I need that.
Hey, look,
But
I'm not gonna,
we care about that, ensure adequate supervision and equitable distribution of assignments for supervisory stuff. That's the heart of what we want to keep.
all right.
When I said keep the language and put this after it, that's the heart of what we need to keep,
All right.
that essence.
I don't care if the potty language stays in the contract. I really don't. I don't have I'm not gonna sit here and split hairs over potties.
It's been a while since we approved that one.
I was gonna say, I don't think that ever will come up ever again, other than it was just, I thought, silly in our contract. And I thought if we had an opportunity to crack the door open a little bit, pull that out. I get what you're saying. Can we agree that maybe the word potty needs to come out? We can keep the rest of the
Do we
language.
really have potty in there?
No, it says restroom.
It says
Doesn't
restroom.
actually run.
I call it
Teacher
potty
restroom
language.
breaks.
We will strike potty.
There's no potty.
We don't actually need, I will agree with you that we don't need a committee
Right,
to review
yes.
our toilet practices.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right, because we don't
It's
need a
silly.
committee. I'd like to use the bathroom, well, we'll run that through, by a 3-2 vote, you've been
Yeah.
denied. Yeah.
I get it.
Maybe we don't need that.
Okay, I'm gonna caucus 10 minutes.
But I do care about that the supervisory
Right,
duties.
right. I promise you, in 10 minutes, we'll get that to where it's what you all want, because we're
Okay.
agreeing to it, and we get that little, the restroom committee out of there. And we'll talk
Okay.
about this and be right
And
back.
we're still using, I see it's gonna be all over Facebook that BFT won't allow bathroom breaks anymore.
Yeah,
We're still-
It'll be all over, no, don't make it sound like I said
You're
that.
still using the bathroom.
Okay, it may be a little awkward, but I just would like, and what I'm saying awkward is this language I'm getting ready to read, because even we said, we don't know if it kind of fits together, but let's just go with it. Because we gotta get off steering committee.
Yeah. We're okay taking out those two sentences. If they're bugging you, they're bugging, we'll take out those two.
And we agreed that we need to keep your all's language in the contract, so I'm gonna read it for everybody, even though it kind of doesn't fit real nice together. But we're gonna put it in there at, I think what we're saying is we're gonna insert this, Article 6. Yes, all right. All right, so this is how it read, Dan. Looking at the contract.
All right?
Looking at the contract that we currently have the language, you all look through this and see if it's okay with you all. The parties agree that the provision for student supervision is primarily the responsibility of the professional employees in order to ensure a safe school environment. You all agree to that?
Right, and
in
that's
our
this is
contract.
current language,
That's
okay?
current
So,
language, so we're leaving that. Supervisory duty assignments shall be reviewed to ensure adequate supervision and equitable distribution of assignments. So what I struck was,
You're bothered by those bathroom breaks. Now, I'm trying to figure out how to capture that on this piece of paper that we're gonna sign.
okay, so if we leave, do you agree, I mean, take a look at what I just read, because I struck some language there because it picks up, I'm trying to make it
So,
coherent to
let me get,
segue.
I wanna
into-
write on my sheet the exact words we're
Right.
crossing out. We're crossing out where it says
And supervisory duties for teacher restroom breaks.
and now before somebody goes running, this is not a union concession that we're not using the bathroom.
That's right.
We're agreeing that we don't need a committee in the school.
That's right, in the contract. We've got that here.
That's right, if the school wants to make a committee,
That's right.
they're welcome to, but we have noticed that since we wrote this language, because BFT brought the bathroom break language a couple years ago, we've noticed since then that teachers that have asked for breaks have received their breaks. The ones that have had to call us because they haven't received their breaks, we've been able to work out those issues.
Yes.
So there might be somebody somewhere.
But our steering
That-
committee, if there were an issue, would be able to solve that problem.
Correct.
So that's where I want to go with.
Or call the office or
That's
talk
right.
with your principal.
Or call me.
Okay.
Or you'll call me and I'll handle it.
Right, I mean, there might be somebody somewhere that says, you know what, I can't get a bathroom break when I need it. Well, you need to talk to your principal, talk to your union, talk to
That's right.
your district,
That's right.
and we'll get that for you. Taking out this language does not mean you don't get it.
That's right. So
Thank you.
we're gonna leave the three words after we struck out restroom breaks shall be reviewed. We're leaving that in the contract, but we're gonna strike out by the principal and the faculty committee, because we don't wanna be redundant, because we have this.
So across the out, shall be reviewed
No,
By
no,
the
no, leave-
principal.
no, leave
I'm
it.
sorry.
Yeah, shall be
by the
reviewed.
principal and faculty committee. Okay.
Yeah, cross that out. To where it says to ensure adequate supervision and equitable distribution of assignments, because you all would want that. You all want equitable distribution of assignments.
That's the heart of what we're worried about.
That's right. Then, strike out that last sentence. Faculty volunteers to the committee will be sought, because we don't need volunteers anymore if we have a steering committee.
All right.
I know, see, we've got to, it's awkward, but we've got to make it kind of segue and fit.
Got it.
And we have some grammatical changes, but we'll let Susan kind of wordsmith it, but it won't change. It's just that we don't want to call, well, I'm going to read Joel's language to you. We'll wordsmith it. Picking up with your new language. A steering committee composed of a school's faculty may be established in each school at the discretion of the faculty. Strike the second sentence.
Okay. We offered that. Sure.
Perfect. Then we pick up, the steering committee may request and shall be granted a meeting with the affected principal. We think it should be effected, not affected, with an E instead of an A.
Why is affected in there? Oh, that's because we borrowed this from somewhere else. It's-
We want to take it out, but. you
Take
all
out
want-
affected.
All right,
Affected,
good.
affected. Okay, in Brevard County, it's affected.
All right, so we're gonna
They have a
strike
different-
affected, so it just will say principal, great, because we could.
They use
wondering
different
why I
grammar
wrote
books
that
down
in
there.
All right, so now to read, the steering committee may request and shall be granted a meeting with the principal at least quarterly during the school year on a mutually agreeable date and time. Here's what this is perfect, this next sentence. The purpose of the steering committee is to offer input from the faculty to the principal concerning any matters pertaining to the operation or the educational program of the school. However, pending grievances or individual teachers' issues may not be discussed. Strike that next sentence, which you all have agreed to.
Correct.
Recommendations of the steering committee will be given full consideration by the principal. All right, here we've got the next paragraph, we have some grammatical errors, but we're going to propose them. Each school shall have 3 to 7 members on its steering committee, with 1 seat reserved for a BFT building representative or designee. We want to take away seats, because I don't want to have a principal select a seat. We want to put down other members shall be selected by the faculty. Seats are inanimate objects, so we want to make sure we put members in here. You want real people on that committee, not seats. Okay? So you have other members shall be selected by the faculty. It is not the responsibility of the principal to organize the steering committee.
All right, wait, okay, should we go to, okay, so see, okay, got it.
See, we don't want,
Are we okay?
Are we getting rid of the first seat though? Where
No, that one, I
it's-
guess we're keeping one.
Where
one-
it says,
one
each,
seat
the
reserved?
very first line, it's,
See, it's
each
reserved.
school shall have 3 to 7 members on its steering committee with 1 member.
yes, thank you.
B.
Is that a seat
One
also?
membership.
One membership.
One membership reserved
Yes,
for.
thanks for catching that.
All my seats agree to that? One
Yeah.
membership.
Perfect, all right. It is not the responsibility of the principal to organize the steering committee. We flip it over.
Thank you.
The steering committee is responsible for submitting a written agenda to the principal not
Correct.
less than 3 days, 3 work days before the meeting with the principal. The steering committee will prepare minutes of the meeting and submit those minutes to the principal for review. Upon approval of the minutes by both parties, the steering committee will make available to the school faculty minutes of the meeting. It sounds to us perfect if you all agree with that. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, no less than. Take out not and put no.
Oh, I knew there was an extra letter. Okay, I knew there was a wrong letter there. Okay, so you'd rather say no less
No.
than, all right.
Yeah.
We agree in spirit that the principal is not setting an agenda, the principal's not grabbing the members. The principal has to meet, give answers. The committee's not gonna tell the principal they got their own answers wrong. The principal's gonna give their answers, and we're going to make it public. All right. So we'll settle that. We're done for the day. Break early?
Hold on a second. Are we TA and steering committee?
I have one
Wait,
question.
Yeah.
we're not.
I'm
not
sorry.
yet.
On the language that we already have in the contract, and you're crossing out, well, shall be reviewed is in there, but you're crossing out by the principal and/or faculty committee. My concern about taking out some sort of committee is that, and this doesn't happen at my school, but I know that at other schools, it's worked well as a team to decide who does what duty and to make sure that it's fair and equitable. And I'm not saying that if the principal says this is how it's gonna be and it's not fair and equitable, we can't move forward from there. But I know that it has worked well as a committee to form some sort of supervisory team. And so I was just wondering if maybe we could somehow keep that in there, but put in there by a committee and/or steering committee so that it can be.
I think that's why we were trying to take it, because this is going to be that committee. We don't, I think if we left it in there, then the principal's is going to then have 2 committees.
Okay.
One that deals with supervisory duty, and then your steering committee is off saying, we want to work on that, and by contract, the principal could say, I've got my supervisory committee and I put them in place.
Okay.
Michelle's actually gonna work out well to take that out.
I was gonna say, I
because-
don't want to advocate for you guys, but you get what
No,
I'm saying.
I do understand what you're
Yeah.
saying, but when I was reading it a certain way, that's what was sticking in my head, but thank you
Right.
for explaining that to me.
It's actually gonna work out well that it just has to be reviewed, because if the committee isn't gonna do it, then we'll do it.
Okay,
So it's gonna be reviewed.
okay.
So, okay, I've got 2 TAs on the same piece of paper. I tried to capture the spirit of the cross house, but we have it on video and everywhere else, so, I got grievances, I got that, and we cross off 2 things, thank you, Barry.
Then we're done with steering committee?
So steering committee.
Amen.
We'll break it with it.
Praise the Lord.
We'll see everybody on the 23rd. Yes. Okay. Boy, that was the,
That's where you saw me.
that was the toughest little.
He's got one.
That was the toughest little topic.
Okay, that's in this one.
Affect is real.
I got one.
You got your copy. All right.
Just I can turn off that page.
Hey,
Should we
nice
like
work.
the record to
Nice
reflect
work.
that?
Thank you, thank you.
Nice work, Bill.
We'd like the record to reflect that it was affected the whole time.
Yeah, it is affected.
Yeah.
But we'll agree to cross it out since,
It's the adjective we use that way.
Yes, it's an adjective, not an adverb. What is it?
AC teachers.
Not an
When
adverb.
used that way.
Stepped on a germ.
No, I'm supposed to bring us.
Right. All right, looking at our list of topics, no pressure. Jim, you owed us homework.
Yes. I thought were you all gonna pass this across the table, your alls?
AC reappointment?
No, the salary, counter, proposal number 2. That's all right.
We had told you that you had to go find us some more money.
And we had told you that you guys were tasked with trying to play with our proposal number 2 and playing with those numbers. It's all right, if you don't have it, you don't have it.
We, left, where we left it, we talked.
If you don't have it, it's all right, I've got it.
That, I meant there. We liked the, we liked ours, and I'll just give a little. We like ours more than yours. But just to, I mean, for structure, the good part is we appreciated that you agreed with us in principle. And I'm just bringing some people up to speed here, so there are people in the audience and people maybe watching this tape, haven't watched any of the other tapes yet. We had as a highest value, one of the highest values, that PSE teachers not feel the pressure they have to give up their PSE.
We listen, yeah.
And it seemed like you were incorporating that value. And so we did appreciate that. We had as a high value that we not put money or significant amounts of money into those supplements, those career ladder things. We'd rather save money for an across-the-board kind of thing. And that's where we start to differ. I see that you kind of try to equal things up between AC and PSE. So far we're okay. We're in the same boat.
Yeah, that was intentional on our part.
And we appreciate that. We noticed that.
Very intentional. That took a lot of work because we were trying to make sure that every employee got the same amount of money, regardless if they kept their PSC or if they.
Well, that's where we start to differ a little bit, because we share that value as you just said. We want all employees taking a similar step forward. Now, we do have a lot of folks out there. We get plenty of emails that say, I want a better, I want my performance reflected in higher pay. So we do want elements of that. Your proposal here very strongly differentiates between highly effective and effective. And if you recall from our offer, we wanted a smaller portion of it going into that difference between highly effective and effective, and then more of an across-the-board supplement.
So you want less money to go to pay for performance and more money going towards other areas.
Right, well, into more of an across-the-board thing. Now, you've got across-the-board equality, but it does differentiate between highly effective and effective. Now, those teachers that are safely into that highly effective range, those teachers that get 99 out of 100, they might have less to argue about the evaluation system. And those teachers that are at the bottom, towards the bottom of effective, they may have less to argue about. But we've got a whole lot of teachers within a couple points up or down that don't yet have that faith in VAM. Did I say that as an understatement? Don't yet have that faith in VAM. Don't yet have that faith that the PGP score is an accurate reflection of their performance with the students. They've been critical of things that we have listened to and changed going into this year. We talked about the rubrics, we talked about PGP, we talked about implementation, we talked about a lot of different things. And they're being addressed and changed and fixed, I think, for the better. We're gonna review it during the year. So we're still not comfortable in making the lion's share difference between highly effective and effective, so we're close. Now, that's a minor sticking point compared to the bottom line here. And just to bring everyone up to speed, we've made the argument that, well, we made an offer that basically spent $8 million of your dollars. And you've made an offer that suggests $3.2 million of your dollars, or $3.1 million of your dollars. We've got to get closer together on that, and then maybe the structure will work itself out. But we tasked, I know y'all y'all gave us homework to go work out structure.
Well-
But really, I think the big assignment was we told you all to go dig, and we had some pretty meaningful talk last time where we all looked at each other and talked about, we've got to have teachers coming back happy with their employer, satisfied, covering the health insurance increase, knowing they have a significant raise. And I can't go to teachers and say, if you're highly effective, I got you $560 for next year.
Okay. Well,
Shouldn't keep that.
what I need from you guys though is this. I don't need recognition. I need you guys to give us a counter proposal to our number 2. Now, we've given you a dollar amount. We were expecting that because honestly, that's where we were going to then make adjustments or needed to see where you guys were wanting to put the $3.1 million that we put across the table. I know that you said just now that you recognize and you're thanking us for the fact that we try to keep everybody equal. But if we have 3.1, we were hoping that you all would at least share with us whether or not you were going to say, Jim, thumbs up. If that's what we have, fine. I know what I was tasked with. Find more money. Are you agreeing then and telling me right now that if we find more money and I come back and we have another proposal that we give to you all, that you're going to agree that the formula that we've got right here for proposal number 2 is fine? Are you going to go back and say, all right, now we want to rework the numbers and come back with a different scenario with whatever money we offer across the table if we even give a proposal number 3? That's what we need to know. We need to know our direction. We have been told by you since the second day, or the first day that we met, we started talking about formula. Dan, we've agreed to the formula. We've agreed exactly to what it is that you guys suggested.
Well,
I
not
took it back
exactly.
to our school board, our superintendent, and they said, go for it. So we've done it. We have come back. That took a lot of hard work, making sure that we met the letter of the law with pay for performance, that we made sure that we gave supplements to those people who were teacher leaders, that we made sure that if your PSC rank and file did not have to give up their PSC to become or get a raise, that we kept them whole. And we made sure that our annual contract teachers, who now are, for better or worse, have to be ACs the rest of their life, are kept in this fair. We've done everything that you all asked us to do.
Well, close.
Except
I want to give you
more
props.
money.
Jim, I want to give you props. You've come close. Well, let's talk about what our differences were from our proposal to yours. The other statutory supplements, and just so people know what that's talking about, the statute right now says recognize DNF schools. D might be a certain number of years on a D. Recognize Title I schools, recognize critical shortage. Did I hit the big 3? I'm looking at Deborah, you seem to have these laws right off the top of your head. The big 3 are for other statutory supplements. Critical shortage, DF, D being consistent,
Yes.
and Title I.
Yes.
Critical shortage.
Right,
We
critical
said-
shortage,
I
DF,
apologize.
and Title I.
I was just
Sorry, I
thinking
was
because.
I said them in a
we've been-
funny order.
Karen and I are trying to find your proposal, because we've never, I mean, I know we put stuff on the board, we've talked right around, but
I sent you
I don't
something.
have in my file.
I sent you something
my notebook,
electronic.
A proposal.
We did something on the board, you took a picture of it, and then I sent you an electronic. Should we take a break and I'll find it electronically and send
That'd
it
be
to you?
great, yeah, because that would kind of give us something to kind of work from.
Okay, because maybe what we'll do, Jim, is if we have them both side by side, then we can specifically look and see what the differences are.
Okay.
Okay?
That's perfect.
And okay, yeah, why don't we just, here, I've got it right here. Jim, do you want to get me to your front office and so we can run some copies? I'll get onto the flash drive right there.
What are we breaking, or are we caucusing?
Yep. Yeah, let's just take, yeah, audience doesn't have to run out. Well, I want to put some stuff pop up just on the board so people can see the difference?
All right. Wait.
I mean, it's not, you can film it if you want, but, already messed up.
Point over this way.
I don't know, 21 million here. Tight end, she mentioned the football player to guarantee the 4-year, $40 million contract. Yeah. Just tells you what the numbers are gonna be, what you do.
2 days.
I'll take it down.
And it's cool, you know, we don't want to
You ever seen that movie, James Conn movie?
Yes, I remember that.
That's what it's reminding me of. Futuristic. They are just paid, highly talented. Machines.
And unfortunately, when they're injured, that's when they fall back.
It's because they don't do anything.
They spend, yeah, they don't invest, they don't save, they don't.
We're kind of time for 2 months.
Yeah.
The entire summer. Yeah.
I know. They need to be highball like that.
They only need 200. That's
One DNA. Is there?
Gotta have my battery.
Sorry, sir.
It could be.
I know you need it for that.
Yeah, but don't know what happened to my battery.
It's real bad. Stuff happened, work time,
All right, are we rolling? I just want to, while I'm letting this is the original Model T laptop. Just so the audience can see and we could all be reminded, is that English? Oh. The two offers that we have right now, just so everyone kind of sees, supplements, these are things that we agreed, the law says DF, to some extent Ds if they're repeated, all F schools, we just said what they were. Critical need, and we don't negotiate critical need just is critical need. And then Title I, they have to get supplements, but that's not the only ones that could get, so we can negotiate more supplements. So the district offer on this little piece of paper, I don't know if everyone out there has it or just we all have it. The district offer $250 for that. BFT has suggested $150 for that. So if you're in a Title I school, you might be looking at it going and say, why didn't BFT want more there? The district created, or wants to negotiate some leadership positions. They're suggesting 500 teachers. I'm speaking for you also. Feel free to correct me if I don't get it right, but they're suggesting 500 leadership roles, teacher leaders on campuses across the county, and they're suggesting $250 for those positions. We still have outstanding. We had talked about speech language pathologists. We heard a presentation from them. We'd like to do something to recognize an industry certification that they have to carry to do their jobs in order to bill for Medicaid and bring some dollars into the district. And we also talked about some supplements for ROTC teachers. They are specifically losing a month of pay, some of those folks. So we wanted to look at them. So there's room to discuss that leadership supplement, maybe including them or something like that. Anyway, the district seems to be consistent with that 250, and VFT proposed to recognize we had 150. Why is VFT looking less? Well, that'll become apparent down here. This middle piece, I'll just kind of bracket that up. This is the state mandated by law, Senate Bill 736, no we can do about it. This is pay for performance, where highly effective teachers get the biggest raise at our annual contract. Effective teachers get up to 3/4 of that raise, half to 3/4 of that raise. And teachers that are keeping their PSE contract can only get half of what AC effective teachers get, and then they call that a COLA. This union holds very strong the value that we don't want that big differentiation for PSE teachers. We don't want PSE teachers feeling second-class citizens because they're keeping their PSE. And Jim, we still have to figure out AC language so the ACs don't feel second-class on job security. But anyway, this just remind everybody, VFT put this structure out there, $200, $100, $50, and then we make a significant supplement. This is a loyalty supplement for coming back to work this year. It's our belief that this could be sold to the state as FRS eligible. And as we've priced it, we've considered it FRS eligible with benefits. So we're looking at the supplement there being $1,500. This isn't that significant, but it meets the letter of the law. So an AC teacher that says, boy, you should be proud of your highly effective. An AC teacher says, look at all I did. Okay, you got there, very good. A PSE teacher that says, oh man, the state won't let me have a good raise. Well, you're right. Yeah, you got to give up PSE if you want that full 200, or if you want that full 100. Okay, that's the letter of the law. We can come up with something that's different there. So we're looking at that $1,500 supplement. That's a lot of teachers in there. That's returning, we're here last year, returning this year. Now, this is all up for discussion. In fact, when we were gone, Jim, my team, I guess, talked among themselves, and they came up with an alternative to this, where we might break that into 2 supplements based on years. Okay, so there might be 2 different numbers there. But anyway, this is the offer as it stands, and we'll talk from there. We've got the computer fired up, we can change numbers.
Okay, now, I want to be clear that this is the first time that this committee, my team, has seen your all's counter. This is the first time that we've seen it. We've not.
This was presented day 2 up here on this board. We wrote this up here, we priced it out. It was actually Judy that multiplied out this number, and she told us this is what it was. I sent it to you electronically that night.
What I see it differently. What I remember is that we threw up some dummy numbers, and that's the number that you put up there that was a play around number, not a actual honest to God proposal. Is that how my team saw it? That we were just playing with numbers, because you even said if we just had 8 point, because we were coming up with a formula. So what I'm saying to you all is this is the first time that we have seen this. We threw up a lot of numbers just because we were really negotiating at that time for a formula.
Okay.
Not that what figures you threw up there were your actual proposal.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that this is
kind of what we meant.
I remember clearly because we.
Not what we,
This is not what we did.
that's what we did, that's what we did. That's what we did.
That is what we did.
Right.
Okay.
That may be what you did, and I understand the intent, but remember, we were talking about the formula, not about actual, this is the numbers that we're proposing that you all go back and pay us in a raise, or pay us in.
Okay.
So
Now,
anyway,
just
it
so we're
doesn't matter,
okay.
we're moving on.
Well, that's okay. We get it now. We get it that
Yeah.
this is our suggestion.
That's your suggestion.
We recognize, we realize this is more than you have suggested you could put on the table, and we want to discuss moving this up. So we consider this our first offer. If you consider the counter, at least we know where we are right now. I'm not assigning any blame there. This is where we are right now. All right.
Dan, but I want to go before, I want to interrupt you just a little bit here. I want to remind you.
This is the work we have to do,
Right.
and also some structure in here.
But a lot of what you have in your proposal is supplements. And remember, supplements, we've been told, do not go towards base salary, nor do they go towards retirement.
Well, I believe
So
they
I
will.
I know that you all believe that. I know that we have said that we're all for that. We really are hoping that you all, and that's where Judy said, we need your all's help next. Remember last week, she said, we need your all's help. We need your all's national organizations and state organizations advocating for that, because as of right now, we're being told that we can't do that. Now, I know that right now, we can't decide that, because that's gonna be played out on a much larger playing field.
Well, let me just, we got a couple things we'll talk about here, but just
All right.
to touch on that issue for a moment. Brevard County for years, and again, I talk about Brevard a lot to where I'm from. That is not the ideal way to, it's a good place to be from. Good place to live. But they've had for years in their contract, as have other districts. I know Miami-Dade has had this, and so has West Palm Beach. They've had in their contract for years this idea of incentive. They call it basic incentive, advanced incentive. They tie a couple things with so many in-service points, so many workshops, so when you mentor somebody. So they tie it to these kind of basic things, but everybody gets there. It's not that hard to meet the threshold. And they call it incentive, and it's in the supplement schedule. You shall be eligible, you shall get this incentive, it shall be recurring, it happens. It's a piece of your pay, it's in your paycheck. You don't have to wonder, oh, I hope this month I get it. It's not like a coach waiting for May to get their payoff to be the track coach. It's just there, and it counts towards FRS. I wasn't shocked when Judy said at the last meeting, again, I have to be careful, I'm not trying to pick on Judy when we say this. I wasn't shocked to hear if she gets on the phone, if any one of us get on the phone, call FRS and say, hey, we want to do a special pay for performance supplement for PSC teachers. Could that go towards FRS? No, click, I'm not shocked.
May I
If
just
that's-
clarify how that conversation came about? We did not call and ask.
She told me at bargaining that she
Well,
checked with
we
FRS
called
to see.
after they called us, because we paid out the performance pay in May, if you
Mhm.
remember.
Correct.
We coded
That
that
was
as.
residential, one of those raise the top hours,
Right.
yeah.
We coded that as retirement eligible,
Mhm.
and then we were contacted by them saying, you can't do that.
Okay,
Judy and Joanne and Jessica and Susan then spent hours on the phone talking to as many people as they could get a hold of with the Office of Retirement as well as other agencies, including Joy Frank, with FSBA, to try to see if we couldn't get some different direction. And that was why in the final answer, we were told those pay performance dollars paid out of Race to the Top in May to teachers and administrators for highly effective and effective performance, they would not consider retirement eligible.
and that makes perfect sense.
And then our school board,
That is consistent with
Right.
what we know to be true. If you call it pay for performance, if you say I'm giving this pay for performance amount, this dispersal of money for pay for performance, FRS will say that's not retirement eligible.
right.
If
So
you're giving a
even-
supplement, like I was the track coach all year, and so I get this in my paycheck each thing, they will make that. That's what happens.
Even though the statutory language talks very specifically about salary adjustments, pay for performance salary adjustments, and COLA pay for adjustments, which you didn't put up on our side,
Right, I summarized it, you're right.
as being part of base pay, moving forward, retirement eligible, all of those types of things, compared to supplements that we can do for things like differentiated pay and other, as you said. Very different, that does not become a part of base pay.
Correct.
But I wanna make sure that we're clear. It's not the intent of the board to say that we don't want this to go towards retirement. We're in agreement with that. It's just a matter of, at the end of the day, who's gonna have the final say of whether or not it can go into retirement. So I want, we're very clear. I wanna make sure that the audience understands, we're very clear that we hope that you're right.
Okay.
We hope that you're right. But as managers, we have to err on the side of conservatism. And we have to make sure that we don't break a law here. So that's why we're right now hesitant to say, yes, everything goes towards retirement. But for the sake of moving on with what it is that we need to discuss today, because this is your own proposal, just realize that this piece right here, whether or not something is a supplement and it's just a one-time payout and it doesn't go towards retirement versus it doesn't go towards retirement, that's a discussion that I think we're gonna have to discuss when we get a final say.
Right.
And that's why you had pointed out, we will come back when we get that final say, whether it be September, October, November, I don't care when it is. We're gonna definitely be having the talks about that.
And I'll put it this way, as a worst, when I say worst case scenario, I mean as a most expensive case scenario. When we price this out, we put on that 15% fringe on it.
Okay, yes.
So, most awkward case scenario, if we find out that that fringe can't be paid into retirement, but if the dollars were set aside, and I mean whatever number, Karen's looking at this one, I'm not sure about this 8.8 million, but whatever numbers are, we come up with, if we price it with fringe and find out, well, we can't pay that money to Tallahassee to go into FRS, okay, we're just taking our paychecks. We'll go pass it on our own. I mean, just, if we have to just put a placeholder discussion just so we can go on, then that's what we do. This computer determined not to fire up. Now, just to fairly talk about the district proposal, these are close. I bet we could reach some kind of agreement on that. Leadership, I bet we could reach some kind of agreement on that. For this, just so everyone knows, the union put a high value on not differentiating between AC and PSC. And Jim, you deserve, and your team and the board and your finance folks deserve a lot of credit for coming up with this. This is done in 2 sections of their proposal, their sheet of paper somewhere, where ACs get something for highly effective and effective, and then PSC gets a portion of it.
But
And then there's another, and then there's a PSE supplement, and that's what we're talking about, may or may
The
not be
loyalty
eligible
side,
for retirement,
yeah.
okay? That basically makes up the difference.
That's right.
So you did it, I mean, you get credit for doing it, okay? Now, in our proposal, we're not looking for, see right here, we have a $140 gap
Yes,
between effective and highly effective.
right.
Here we have a $100 gap. Now, is that a deal breaker that we're off by $100? It's not the end of the world. I mean, we can work with that. The deal breaker, I mean, the problem, I mean, we can argue
That's
philosophy
right.
about, is the difference in the evaluation system worth that? No matter what, we're gonna have people that are 1 point from highly effective calling us find the point. Deborah, you know, I played find the point this year, right, for a couple folks. So we're gonna have that. My PGP came back funny, find me something right, or argue with the principal, right? So, for $40, that doesn't stop us from getting a contract.
I agree.
Okay? What stops us, I mean, here's our work to do. Jimmy said, roll up the sleeves and do some work. What stops us is, if I go out to teachers right now and say, good news, if you're highly effective, you get $560 for the year. Your health insurance is going goofy in January, but we got your raise. If you're in a Title I school, you got that. If you're one of these leaders, you got that. But most of you got this or that. And I want everyone to come back to pre-planning all happy. Okay, I see that as problematic.
All right.
All right, and then,
Where our work is the next line now.
and so we want to find something, whether it's, who's that? Now keep in mind, the more we put into that, the bigger that gap grows. Remember we said 140 in the other world right now? If we find another X amount of dollars, and we put it all right there, that gap's grown. Okay, so I don't want to give up on this just yet. Anyway, well, that's what we are, that's another view. I'm gonna see if I can't get the Model T here to fire up so we can, as we change numbers, we can,
Now, Dan, a highly effective, and of course, folks who just declined not to give up their PSC. I mean, it's defined in the law that it has to be 75% or more, 50% or more, or 37.5%. I mean, so we've got to emphasize again that highly effective, we have to follow the letter of the law. All right.
which is why we don't, we rather put it into some kind of across the board.
Now, I clearly see that we have a proposal across the tables at 3.1, and now we see that you're countering with an 8.8 million offer. But I've got to remind you all that insurance plays a huge factor in what it is that the board is offering you guys for raises and benefits this year. mean, if you took away insurance, if you took away what it is that the board is offering through insurance, you're right, we're almost at 8.8. But that means your employees groups would have to pick up and pay for that, $140 per month. Do you recognize where we're coming from?
Yeah,
You're right, we could put all the money in towards what it is that you all are proposing, but it would strip away and do away with insurance. And you guys would be responsible for picking up that bulk of what it is that we have to do if we're gonna be self-insured.
I just need to clarify too, apparently something I said on the tape last week wasn't particularly clear. But our offer in terms of the health insurance was to do the full 3.1 as we proposed, that's all employee groups, it's 2.125 million for teachers from January to June, just as we proposed out of our recurring dollars, out of that original 8.1 that we started with. And in addition, to pick up another 3.1 for all employee groups, or 2.125 for teachers, on top of the salary offer, starting July 1, 2014. That would be out of the non-recurring dollars that we hope we'll find as we move forward. So it's a total of 4.25 that the board would be kicking in for teachers and teachers only for health insurance for the 2014-2015 school year. At some point in time, apparently, I said on the tape it was 3.1 for the whole year, and that's not true.
correct. Yeah,
Okay, I just-
we captured it.
Well, I just want
You
to
know
make sure
what?
for the tape's purposes
Just-
that I've made that clear.
Just because we have some other folks here, and I don't know if there's anyone here at the table that wasn't here last time, but. Oh, hey, well,
If
we'll do
Dan,
all this for
if-
Jessica.
if-
I want to put some of those numbers up here.
If we were to really, if we were to really look at the number that you have up there for salary, including insurance, you're wanting us to, it looks like, come up with 12 million bucks. A little over 12 million bucks. That's your proposal, 12.9.
Proposal is 8.8.
No.
I want to put
We
some of
gotta
those
talk about
numbers up there
insurance
so everyone can
because-
see where we're stuck.
But what I know, you go ahead and put your figures up there, I can still talk about this because it's $12.9 million that you're asking the board come to you all this year and pay in salary and supplement adjustments and insurance. I hear you all were shaking your head, so you know what it is, it's the bottom line, that's the bottom line. And we haven't got that, I can tell you that right now. There's just no way. We haven't got $12.9 million just to give to BFT, and we turn around and have to other, and I know you don't want me to say that I've got to worry about other units, but I do. We haven't got $12.9 million. It's not going to happen. We do have $8.5 million, and we've got it across the table to you guys. You can look at it. It's proposal number 2, the very top line, 8.5. Now, if you want to take all that money and you all want to come back and give us a counter proposal after we caucus, that's fine. We can start there. You guys can tell us what you want us to do with insurance or not to do with insurance. But at the end of the day, we're going to discuss insurance. And at the end of the day, we have to discuss salaries. All of this has to be done, has to be paid for.
I hear you, Jim. I don't want you to
I
go
know,
in.
I know,
I'm not trying to give you the body language of.
I know,
I hear what you're
I
saying.
know. It's not the kind of conversation I want to have at the table, but I'm having to have it because it's realistic. Dan, we haven't got 12.9. So you're going to have to make some adjustments.
Okay. What happens, Jim, is we kind of muddied the water a little bit. You haven't said anything inaccurate about how you've offered and priced and everything. Deborah, you're right, you offered, there'll be a fallout from this year's budget that goes into the fall health insurance. Then we've got from the recurring dollars, you get the spring health insurance. Just, I don't know if I help y'all see this or not, I hope y'all see the green marker, but basically we've got 13 million from the state, this is $13, pretend it's a million, anywhere you see a number. All right, a couple categorical things come out, 8.6 million left that you can commit to for everybody. 3.1 million goes to the health plan, 5.4 million left. This is all rounded, that's why I know that's really 5.5, but we're rounding here. There's some fringe, which means we're figuring fringe twice in there somewhere, but anyway. So anyway, bottom line is that VFT share, you're offering from these dollars to give 3.1 million to salary. Now that's where I want to be careful for a second in that we're talking about salary dollars. Insurance money is already spoken for. Now, yes, I know, you want to add up the whole package. Looks better when you say, look, we're offering 9 million with all the insurance and everything else, but this is what, after insurance, everything else, you're looking at 3.1 million to put towards the salary schedule. That's what we're negotiating right now. Okay, now I realize this 8.8 million, I've already figured fringe on that. Apparently some fringes are taken out. Maybe I should have given a number before fringe, which would be 7.6 million. I just took 1.2 million off the package. I just came down 1.2 million because you're already figuring some fringe over here. I know I got higher fringe because it's more money. But where we left off, okay, this is a difference. You just basically told me to summarize, and we can't do that,
No,
okay?
no, we can't do that plus the other 5 million.
Okay, we're going to do the other 5, we're going to do the rest. We're going to do the health insurance. I'm not going to people saying your health insurance is going up $120 a month in January. Okay, I got pictures of crows picking over my carcass already over $50 a month. We're not going to do 120. So we've got, this is where we are. Okay, I'm telling you, for all the passionate story that you give us, you're going to have to do better than this. Now, when we talked about this last time, I put the numbers up on the board, we took a picture of it, we took a break. He said, Dan, I want to talk to my team, and he said 5 minutes. I was kind of, really? 5 minutes? Came back, he asked me one question. Do you remember what the one question was that you asked me when we came back in? He said, Dan, where am I going to get that money?
Yeah.
All right, and we had that discussion. It was a passion, so I don't care to do the whole thing again. But I'll summarize the resources where I talked about it could come from. Actually, before I answer, the first thing is, I've played this game before where I try to tell you where you can get the money. And it comes back to, well, Dan, haha, you're not right, therefore you can't have it. Okay, it's not my job to go find your money, but I'm going to play that game anyway. Even though it's not my job to find money, it'll end up on a slideshow someday. But there's a gap between what's budgeted and what's spent. Now, you all made a passionate defense last time of there's a gap. You can't overspend. I get that. But that gap between what's budgeted and what's spent every year kind of comes out to the bottom line. And that's one of those things, I know you all look at me and say, Dan, do you understand? We can't spend right up to the last dime because if we go over, we have a crisis. And I hear that. I don't think you all think that I hear that, but I hear that. I need you all to hear that I need you not so afraid to spend all the money that you budget for teachers. This year I've looked at various parts of the budget book. I've asked the question a couple different ways. I'm getting emails. I'm using your own numbers. I believe that gap is going to be about 2 to 2.5 million. Actually, when I was talking last time, I thought it was going to be 3.8 million. That gap between budgeted and spent. This is Judy through the years has coached me. Here's where it is in the budget book. I've done the request for the numbers. What is the actual number spent? I've looked at the June revised budget book. I've done this with some folks at the district. I'm not saying that's bad practice. I got to be careful when I say this. Let me sit and look at some folks here. When I talk about money left over, or an unwillingness to spend it, or a shift in philosophy. I don't want people running with this thinking I'm accusing people of being unethical, or doing things wrong, or doing their jobs badly. That's not it. Please don't put that out there. Got a crowd full of people on the internet right now. So this is not Dan's accusations of people doing wrong or doing their jobs poorly. But here's the fundamental example here, okay? Let's say mom sends me every week to the store with $20 in a shopping list. Every week mom sends me to the store with $20 in a shopping list and says, bring me back the change. And let's say every single week I bring back at least 50 cents in change. I can't spend more than 20. She gave me 20. I can't spend more than 20. But every week I got 50 cents, 53 cents, 58 cents, 62 cents, 51 cents. I never spend that last 50 cents. It's just the way it works out. Well, one week if I spend $19.95, it's not a crime. I can spend that whole amount. And the district can do that same too. The district can go right up to and spend every last dime in that teacher's salary without funneling it away in real time. I understand it's a good practice. I've talked about this a lot to the point that people say, Dan, call them out for being unethical. No, you're not unethical when you do this. But it's been explained to me that in real time, if we see payroll is coming in a little bit low, some dollars can be skimmed out. Stop skimming them out. I know skim has a connotation when you say that. I don't mean to, not accusing of malfeasance or anything like that. But plan to spend what you spend year over year over year, and you'll have that gap. Instead of it all falling to the bottom line, it will stay in the budget. That can be done. What happens if, oh my goodness, you do plan to spend every dime, and the lapse factor doesn't come in, we hire a couple expensive teachers more than we thought, average goes up just a touch, and what if we act, oops, we overspent by $100,000. What happens if that happens? Well, you're sitting on a $20 million contingency for good reason. I don't mean that evil. I talk about that a lot. That's not evil. You're supposed to. So you come next year and you say, Dan, you told me to spend off the whole thing, and I spent the whole thing plus another $250,000. So Dan, you understand the first $250,000 I got to take off the top, I got to repay. You didn't bounce a check. That's what that contingency is for. I know it's not what you want it to be for. You want it to be before a hurricane comes through and blows up the place. But just by doing that, plus, and I'm going to be vocal about this, and I have been already, and yes, I'm talking to board candidates, and yes, I'm making a fuss about this. There's a plan to take $4 million worth of spending in the capital budget and pay for it out of operating for next year. There's a feeling, again, it's a feeling. It's not unethical, it's not illegal, but there's a feeling that since some things in the past, were paid for out of capital that could have been paid out of operating or maybe should have been paid out, there's a feeling that we owe the capital budget back, especially since the capital budget's in really tight. I mean, we're making a darn good case to the public that the capital budget's in a crisis. It is in a crisis. That half penny needs to go through. Y'all catch that? That half penny needs to go through. This is not a time to be down on the district, so you vote no. It's time to rally around the district, vote yes. Make sure everyone hears me say that. It's important. But there's a feeling that we owe the capital budget, so we're going to do this. And on behalf of 5,000 teachers, you owe your teachers.
Right.
And I want your teachers coming back happy. So if there is a will to close that gap, the means are there.
Okay.
I didn't get into this job to bankrupt the district. I screwed up the schools. That's not why I got into this.
I understand.
The means are there if there is the will.
I've heard this before.
You get sick of it, I don't.
No, I'm not sick of it, because it's a passionate pitch. And I want you all to understand why sometimes it's more difficult than it appears, because you're right. Your analogy fits very well with trying to persuade us and your audience. I've used the word fluid at least twice today. I'm going to use it a third time. Working and talking with Judy Preston, talking how things work, it's much clearer to me now that I sit in this seat. It's a fluid process. Guys, audience, this right here is like a checkbook or check ledger. Okay? That's exactly what it is. We all have a little checkbook at home that we keep up with how we write checks and where we document where we spent our money versus how much we have in the checkbook. This right here is the budget book. And I want you to know that, yes, you're right, some money does fall out at the bottom line. And this year, there might be 2 million, next year it might be 1 million. But out of 224 to 228 million that we budget to pay teacher salaries, just for teacher salaries, Judy does a doggone good job coming in at under 0.5% whenever she budgets. Give the poor woman that much credit, come on. She does a very good job. Whether you like her or not, she is a master at getting us down to the penny. But here's something that probably you all didn't realize that we have to now as a board face with, that we were faced with after school grades came out. We've got Endeavor that sits there with the D, and we've got now University Park sitting there with a C, but they're in the lowest 300% or 300 schools. And so now we're having to extend their day by an hour. So that's Endeavor and Oak Park sitting there now that we have, or University Park, excuse me.
Well, now Endeavor's already an hour, right? Are we going
They
another
are,
hour?
but we still have to pay salaries.
Okay,
We have to still extend their day.
but that's recurring now.
Well,
I mean, we're already
I wanna
doing it,
talk a little
right?
bit about that. And now we've got the other school. And now we have to pay buses. And so we've determined that that could somewhere be, between the two schools, that's almost $1 million. Now that just occurred, that just happened on Friday. I mentioned the word fluid for a reason. Because just when we think that we have the big picture, because now it's July 1st and we have set our budgets and we think that we can come in and we can offer and make a good offer, things change on us, and they change rapidly. So Dan, when you say that there's $1 million or $2 million left at the bottom line, I want you to understand that within 2 weeks, that disappeared. Not all of it, but most of it. And that's what we as managers are faced with on a daily basis. That's what Judy really is faced with because it's really her department. And I want people to understand that's a real concern. Next year, will we have 3 schools with the tightening of the way we're going with EOCs, et cetera, I don't know. But what I'm saying is right now, and you can't pay Endeavor, and you can't do University Park out of Title I. It has to come out of operating. $800 to $1 million, just like that on Friday. We have listened. Now, what I would like to do is this. You've got our proposal number 2 across the table. We've now got your proposal, which is $8.8 million.
And I apologize if you weren't formal enough.
I say bucks in a disparaging manner. You have $8.8 million, which is an offer that you all made.
Which
We
is
need
actually
to at least,
later.
we need to at least take it, I know that I spoke up and said, no way, no how, but I want you to know that at least we owe you the respect of caucusing, at least looking at where maybe in your supplements versus our supplements, there's some wiggle room. We need to at least go and caucus and talk with my team about what you proposed or haven't proposed for leaders. We need to at least look at your offer for highly effective, and PSC for $200, $100, and $150. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to tell you right now that $1,500 that we're discussing for loyalty is not a realistic number. And while we're caucusing over the fact that we're going to take into account what you proposed as a serious offer, you're going to have to, I think, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I'd like to at least ask you to really look at $1,500 and come back with a realistic proposal. We're going to caucus because we need to do that. Because there is a long way between 3.1 and 8.8. And if we're going to get anywhere today, we need to really start looking at where it is that we're going to meet in the middle. or we might as well just call it a day and come back on July 23rd.
Keep in mind, we got a lot of other things that,
Well, we do.
we got a lot of things.
We do have a lot of.
So we don't
other
just wanna
things.
walk out mad at each other, we do have the 23rd.
I'm not mad.
All
I'm
right,
not
well,
mad.
I know.
I'm,
And you're-
I.
If you were the sort to be mad,
No.
but I appreciate it.
I look at this as a
I'm not mad at
challenge.
you either.
That's why
Yeah.
I'm challenging you all.
Mhm.
That if we want to do something before lunch on salary, we really have got to nail it. We've got to get this done, because a lot of what you have up there, seriously, your laundry list, is going to play a heavy factor in salaries. All right? There's some things up there. I mean, you've got salary, you've got help, you've got, let me see, ROTC. Remember, they came in and made a pitch about, hey, we
Yep.
do this, supplements. A
Yep.
lot of what you have on your laundry list involve real dollars, Dan. So we can't really go and talk about what it is that we're going to do as far as salaries and not include that in it, or include it, or exclude it. What I'm getting at is we have to do some real work right now. So when we caucus, this is not just about you know, we've got to really make sure that we nail down what it is that we want to talk about before lunch. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
All right.
Well, before you, just four more things I want to give you just before you run out the caucus. And we're talking is good. Still hope in a relationship if we're talking. First up, yeah, I can look at that list of items that we have priced out, and I see which one is the big one.
Yeah,
All right.
I think
So
you're
that
right.
might
I
be
mean, I
one.
totally agree with you. We're $40, $50 off here or there. I think my team can go back and say, come on, we really work with that.
Right.
It's,
It's that
you all are gonna
supplement.
have to really come back and make a real.
We've got the supplement that is the big share of that. And we already, when you and I were off figuring out how to get computers working, you know, to see we're stumbling around offices trying to get printers working and things. But when we got all this working and printed out, my team was working and already had suggested that might be split into two things, a more years of service, a shorter years of
Well,
service.
maybe you could then put that up on the whiteboard or.
Right, it's
whatever
possible
you need.
that may come out. But I want you to just notice a couple things here. We have one big value, which is not a huge differentiation between AC and PSC, and you've captured that. We appreciate that. Jim, you keep asking for credit, I want that credit. Those of you on Facebook, I want that credit out there, that ASC and PSC, the district is not looking to punish a PSC teacher for keeping their PSC. That's a shared value. I'm not gonna call that a union win and a district loss.
Right.
That's a shared value.
That's a shared value.
But there's another value in here somewhere that I want y'all to consider why we have that significant supplement right there. The state and their law has made it very hard for us to ever move steps. Now, there are some districts taking a different approach to this, and what they've done is they've chopped up steps into like 3 steps. We've got some counties around us that now they have 81 steps. You know, they've got B, but they got B1, B2, B3. And so you've got to be highly effective to move to B3. I mean, they've got, okay, so the old step scale isn't happening anymore, unless we get a windfall of money.
Right.
Let's go past 3 cents on the November ballot, then we'll go talk steps, right? But there's a growing resentment among teachers that are on A, or anywhere in the salary schedule. Well, let's just use A as an example. I'm on A. I've been doing this 8 years. I'm on A. Someone just got hired in, they're on A. And you've got this even on B and C and D. You've got teachers say, someone just got hired in, I'm making $600 more than them, I got 10 years experience. All right? This supplement is a way of differentiating within the steps.
Okay.
Whereas we might have someone might work a 20-year career, a 30-year career, they never left step A. But their longevity supplement grew into something that really differentiated them. You know, that created that $15,000 to $20,000 gap between A just hired versus I'm on A, been there for 30 years. Okay, so that's kind of what we're looking to do as we try to change the law. So during the caucus, those not registered to vote, you all go vote. Register to vote if you're not yet.
All right.
All right.
What is a realistic time to caucus?
Why don't we check in on each other at 11, see how we're doing?
11 o'clock.
We're just going to see how we're doing. No promises that we're done.
All right.
Are y'all leaving, we're leaving, who's leaving?
You all got the numbers up there, we'll leave. That way you can put up a realistic, you all can play with that 1,500 number.
Okay.
All right, we're ready to get started.
We are? Jim, you commented, you wanted to give us a proposal, and we have one to talk about. Just before you give yours,
Okay.
and I want to let you go first, but I just want to make two comments, because it is my way to talk until you are sick of it. First comment is, I want to make sure we realize that this salary discussion, it's a big one, but this is in the context of a lot of things going on at the same time. The overall goal is that people come back to work, realize we worked hard. Not only realize we worked hard, for the most part, the rank and file teacher doesn't really care if you and I are getting along. It's nice maybe in the newsletter to read that we got along.
Right.
But they care about their work conditions getting better.
You're right.
And we have a challenge with that 6 to 7, as divisive as that was. We have a challenge with health insurance. Oh my goodness. We've done some things to make things better for a lot of teachers, not necessarily everybody. I think we made that 40-hour work week language better. We clarified what that 37.5 hour means. I mean, we've done a lot of good so far.
Yes,
But this salary is going to go in the context of teachers are going to judge this as a whole. And they're going to look at what did we really do for planning time, comp time, my data collection, things like that. They're going to be looking at not just this. So this is part of our challenge. And then the other little piece I want to put in there, my team really picked up on this pretty strong. You remember last week I talked about 6 to 7 isn't even something we should have been accomplishing. Same with the choice schools. If you got to do what you got to do, then do what you got to do. But we don't want it attached to BFT decided this was a good idea, so we negotiated that this is how we're going to handle class size. If that's what you have to do, you do that. We don't negotiate that in our contract, whether a school is a choice school or not. They opened up Dr. Gwynn School as a choice school. Y'all didn't come to the table to discuss that. If every school in the county is going to be a choice school, you don't need my blessing.
Okay.
Okay?
We explained why we did it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we wanted you all to know why we did it. All right. Barry, why don't you go ahead and pass out. It's our turn to counter proposal, and I want you to know, in the audience, some of them at least were to witness that we really did counter propose. We really went out and they caught us as we ran to the copy machine in the front office. This is an honest to God counter proposal, Dan. I'll wait for everyone to get a copy of it in front of you. Now, Ms. Pace and I are going to ping pong off of this because there may be questions that you have about specifics. But as you can see, our last proposal was $560 for a unit. You can see that we've now added a significant amount more to that. You can read up under there where we, and you may have questions about where did we now come up with the additional $90 per teacher that we're proposing. You can see that we found it in that non-reoccurring class size penalty reserve. It's underlined there for you. Dan, we really did not change any of the supplements or salary adjustments. We left them the same. And if you look at PSC and CC pay for performance supplements, you can see that they stayed the same. You can look down at the bottom, and I'm going to let Ms. Pace speak to this because this may be where you all might need some explanation. The board offer summary cost of total package. I think that's something that you all need to take a look at, and I hope, and I know that you all will, because you haven't demonstrated anything other than that you'll take this seriously as we go through it, okay?
Okay, so there were a couple of changes in the supplements at the top that I wanted to bring to your attention, where it says number 1, the other statutory supplements. When I had originally estimated our 1,980 teachers as falling into that Title I critical shortage area DNF schools, we anticipated basically maybe 2 schools, hopefully none. We did learn on Friday that we have 3 schools who fall into that category, and it's 154 teachers instead of 100, which is what I'd estimated. So there's an increase in 54 teachers to make that $2,034, $150. as you guys proposed in your offer. I also did want to just make sure everybody's aware that I know we've talked about our speech language pathologists and our 3 Cs. Speech language pathologists are already identified as critical shortage area teachers. So there would be a supplement under that first category for that piece. Down at the bottom, it kind of walks you through the piece. We factored out the difference for teachers. The supplements, what the salary adjustments would be, the performance pay for your AC and AC teachers, as well as your COLA for your PSE, CC teachers. That's basically in line 2, A, B, and C. And that is the factor that's determined by law. A factor of 1 for highly performing, factor of 0.75, it can be anywhere between 0.50 and 0.75, and then the 0.375 can be no more than half of what B is. So that's where that number came from as recurring salary adjustments added to base pay for all teachers. Then we added the pay for performance supplements for PSE and CC teachers who choose to retain that classification. They want to hold on to their PSE contract so that no AC teachers and PSE teachers are pitted against each other. The other piece then that we want to make sure everybody's aware, we factored out what the difference in health insurance contributions from the board would be for teachers only. This does not include any other employee groups. Remember that the first line, health insurance from recurring sources, that $2.125 million is what we believe will fall to the bottom line. Dan, earlier today, you said very carefully, and several times actually, that you want us to budget for teachers or provide for teachers what we originally budget for, and that you anticipate it might be a $2 million difference. I will tell you that Karen did some work over while we were caucusing. As of right now, as of last Friday, there was about a 0.64 difference between what we budgeted and what we've spent so far on teacher salaries, and the books aren't completely closed. So less than that 2.1 that we've already said we'll commit to teachers. Now it's in the form of health insurance instead of benefit, instead of salary. And that's certainly something that we can talk about, but that then would reduce the teacher contribution to health insurance increase in the next line, starting January the 1st, to $50 instead of $70 a month. I mean, you were on the SIAC, you know where we are with the health trust, you know where we are with the increasing health expenses, and the concept from SIAC is that that would be a shared contribution. The board would pay some, employees would pay some, and then the users of the system would pay some. The board is willing to pay more, so employees can pay less. And that's what it ends up being for the grand proposal of $8.1 million.
Dan, you tasked us with what is in the fall, what has fallen out from the salaries that we have budgeted for teachers. As of last Friday, 0.64, and we still have one more payroll to run, 6.64%.
One more payroll. 0.64% of what,
Well, we had said, what, 224 million? 224, 228 million, I think we were.
228 is what's in your budget.
228 million.
You're talking about the August 15th payroll? No. We're accruing the first payroll of the summer. Part of it is for work in June 30, part of it is for work in July. Payroll has to pick up the days that are for June 30 and prior and move those expenses back to the prior year. That has not been done.
1.64, and to give me context, you mean 6.4%?
No, it's 0.64%.
6.4%.
0.64%. 640,000.
As in not
600.
1%, but 0.6%.
640,000.
I don't know.
Per.
Don't use that.
So you're claiming it's 1.5 million. Which is the closest I've seen it so far. All right, this is,
Dan, before you leave, I've got something else to
you got
pass
number
out.
4 for us?
I did. I have some other language to pass out to you. Barry?
Number 4 of what? Oh, number, okay.
Yeah.
You mean you got point, okay, this stays as your point, as your number 3.
Bring whatever you want back for our team. It's
Thank you, Barry.
That we don't have to wait till we see them now.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you.
It's coming to 6.
Yeah, no, this is.
Hey, Barry, some of the audience.
Yep.
Barry, I already gave some. Susan? You, whatever extra you have, we can give to the audience. Dan, you have up there at the top of your list, annual contract teachers.
I'm sorry, Karen.
All right, so, yeah, I'm trying to race through and read this. I'll tell you what, I'll let you paraphrase it and then we'll read it.
Well, I'd like to say that
Because you got a lot of, you got a.
you have tasked my team with a lot of things that this past 5 weeks that I think we have taken very seriously. I think we have, and you have too, we have all shown a very, what I consider very collaborative spirit as we've gone through these negotiations. It's much different than it has been in the past. I knew you wanted to talk about annual contract teachers. We had talked about it 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. In fact, you had provided us with some models from some other schools, and we provided you with some models for some other schools. Or, not other schools, I'm sorry, other districts.
I mean, I don't know if we got your models, but yeah, we found some language.
Yes.
We thought.
What I have across the table is the Seminole model. I think that's the one you all said that you liked.
We like the Indian River model, but would you, I mean, you got a lot here, would you mind paraphrasing? I mean, I could read it,
Well, I
but
would,
would you mind
yeah,
paraphrasing how
I'd
you
like
think
to
it works?
just go ahead and take a look at it. I want you to consider our offer number 3 with the money, but I also want you to consider this, go ahead and read, and I'll give you all time to
No,
read through
okay. I'll read.
our annual contract proposal.
We got 2 big things to talk about.
Well,
At least we got money, or
What I'm-
we got money, we got this. But my first thought is, you made this way more complicated than it really needed to be. But maybe we'll open this up to the team for questions or discussion, to see some what-ifs, how this all works.
I think it's pretty straightforward. We're going to reappoint annual contract teachers with an effective evaluation as long as they meet the highly qualified ESOL status and program requirements.
Right, we got it. I mean, you gotta be
It's
certified.
as simple as it can be. One
So if you
year.
fit at your school, it's as simple as it could be. Indian River did it in a sentence. But, so if you fit at your school, you're back. Certification, of course, pending. If you don't fit at your school, but you meet all your certificate, you got your certificate going well. You don't fit at your school, not reappointed, waiting to be reappointed in a pool?
You're in the pool, and you have priority over any new hires. There won't be any new hires to those contract teachers get.
So when I'm in the pool, am I not reappointed while I'm in the pool?
No, I would say that it said that you're reappointed. We owe
Does
you-
it say well, I'm reappointed, because that's, we got a lot of moving pieces here. I'm going to be reappointed but unassigned.
Well,
We used to use that language. We used to say you're reappointed but unassigned. And you're in a pool.
well,
I don't know that we used the phrase pool before, but you're reappointed, you're unassigned, and then when a principal needs someone, they go to the pool. They pull someone out of the pool. Is that what you're trying to tell me? I mean, is that essentially, I don't want to put the words in your mouth, is that what you're telling
an
me?
employee is in the middle of the contract, it says an employee in this pool should be eligible for reappointment should a position in the district become available as long as he or she meets all necessary eligible requirements related to certification, which is HOLA qualified status, ESOL status, and program needs.
Right, wait, let's just pause right there. An employee in the pool is eligible to be reappointed. To me, that doesn't mean they're reappointed. It means they're eligible to be reappointed. I'd like them to actually be reappointed. They can go to their bank, they can go to a lender and say, I actually have a job, not I'm in a pool waiting to get a job.
All right. I hear you.
If we're reappointed unassigned, as we wait in that pool, assignments are made from that pool, then I think we have an agreement. Because that's reasonable. I can't force a principal to take me if there's no position at the school.
I think it's the intent of the board that
Right,
that's what
no
would
one else
happen.
would be hired
We would not hire
Okay.
other people.
before one of those, until those people in that certification were
Well, if we
placed.
could have them reappointed, but say you're in the pool until you're assigned, because an assignment means you know where you're teaching. Reappointed means you're under contract. You're not collecting unemployment, you're not wondering where's my job. You are wondering where's my job, but you're not wondering if you'll have a job. That's the anxiety that ACs have. It's that going through the summer, as both of you know, as we bring you our list of people that are out there looking still, if we could say, don't worry, you have a job, as things come up, interview, you'll be pulled from it. But understand, when you're pulled, when a principal calls you, brings you in, interviews you, says they keep you, you can't turn those down. And I understand you're trying to capture that in here. You don't want people, I'm too good for that school. I mean, you don't want that.
The only consideration would be in the last sentence. It shall not be applicable to program areas identified by the district for workforce reduction. So if there is no job.
If there isn't, right, and I understand you want to put that in there.
And what we're trying to do is this. We're recognizing what it is, we have recognized from the beginning what it is that you all, as teachers, are advocating for. And what you as a bargaining unit have advocated for. Let's go to, I want to spell out for all of you what it is that we have done. Because sometimes I think what we do from day one gets forgotten. And I want to remind you all. We looked at alternate schedules for 8-hour teachers, and we agreed to that. So that means now principals are going to give an A schedule and a B schedule. And we've left open the door for if there needs to be an individual that wants to come in and talk to their principal about an alternative schedule, that's fine with us. We've talked about no meeting zones during that time. We've agreed to that. We've agreed to the grievance timeline. We went from 18 days, and you all wanted 21, no problem. We straightened that out. We agreed to every one of your all's formulas. The formula that you all wanted, we've agreed to as far as how we're figuring out pay for performance. You all have wanted for years a steering committee, and we've just TA'd steering committee today. We're putting it in the contract. The board is paying from July 1st to December 31st its share of the insurance, without even asking you guys to make any commitment until January. That's $2.25 million. And then we're going to contribute another $2.25 million from January 1st to next June 30th. For a little over what, 4.4 million bucks? We've now handed language across the table that you all spoke about a month ago that I knew that you all wanted desperately. You want to reassure your younger folks, we do too, our annual contract teachers with effective or highly effective evaluations, that they can stay in Brevard and teach. that they are guaranteed a job, as best that we can guarantee it. So we've given you that right now today. We've dropped insurance from what was by the committee, that teachers were gonna pay $70, the board was gonna pay $70. We went in and picked up $20 more of that, dropped it to $50. We have done everything that you all have asked us to do. And I'm sure that there's a laundry list of other things that you want to get to today. But other than that, we have done everything that you've asked us to do, but we can't come up with $8.8 million. And if that's all that's going to prevent us from getting a contract, then that's on you all. We've done everything. You asked us to go back and look at where the money was, and we did, and we've told you just now we've got 0.64% laying there, what is washed out from teacher salaries. And we still have one more payroll. We have taken it very seriously. We have not wasted anyone's time. We've not caucused extraordinary amounts of time. We have done exactly what it is you've asked us to do. I'm asking you to take these proposals that these things that we've done, and I know you have, but I want you to really, really, really consider them. I don't know what more we could do, Dan. I'm sure you could think of some things, and yes, there are things that we need to still discuss up there, so I'm not shutting the door on the things that we need to discuss up there, like interim reports we still need to talk about, and I don't know about data collection and all the other things. But I want you to know we're down to now talking about things that cost money. And we need to have a serious discussion, or at least you all take it very seriously, that we've given about all we can in money.
All right. We'll break just a little bit. First up, I don't want to miss the chance to be appreciative, because you listed out a list of things that we brought to you, and you did get to. And I'll just add to that, it's going to take, some of those things are going to take a lot of explaining. Like the scheduling, the 8 hours. I'm getting notes already that they think that's a loss. That's a win-win, that we clarified that language for how that's going to work. Crossing out 37.5 hours and explaining really what all we wanted to begin with. 4 or 5 years ago, we put that in, and now we're very clear language going to get that. So we appreciate that, and there's been a list of other things, and even some things that I think were settled before we even got to the table, like standardized testing. I mean, there was elementary school teachers were losing that. We're going to talk about data collection, which I bet we could probably solve in a similar type of way without us racking our brains for hours. I bet we could get a similar progress on that. We're close on this language. I want to give you credit. I think I just threw a wrinkle out there that I don't think you intended to make that wrinkle, but the actual status of where those people are while they're in that pool, if we could know that they're reappointed, and keep your part at the bottom about if there just isn't a job. Like, we've had to have those tough conversations with PE teachers. And I've been on the record, we've all been on the record for a couple of years now, saying if you're an AC PE teacher, you might want to add something else to your certificate. And a lot of AC PE teachers are in the classroom right now, realizing that, wow, hey, cool, I could teach 5th grade or 6th grade, and they're doing it, and they're doing fine. So, Jim, I do appreciate, I was probably a little sarcastic. I think maybe this could have been said earlier, or easier, but if y'all feel the need to clarify just what being certificated means, and you want to go over that, that's fine. If there's a reassignment pool,
we just use the Seminole
that's fine. Okay. So I'm not opposed to that. I think we just have to clarify that they'll be reappointed, so I'd ask you guys to think about that, if you could live with that. That they're reappointed during that process with the understanding if we can't find you a home, then all bets are off. But, I think that's true of anything. A couple years ago, driver's ed teachers had to figure that out. Yeah, let's open up for comments on the AC language and questions, and then we'll talk about money.
I would just like to say that, like Dan said, there's a lot of language here, so we do need to sit and work through it, but this is going to bring a lot of relief to a lot of teachers. And I'm very grateful that although we haven't hammered out the details of it, that we are at least taking that step forward. And I know that that's gonna mean a lot to a lot of teachers out there, so
Thank
I
you.
just wanted to offer that up before we start tearing it apart.
Are there any other comments?
Debbie?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Jeff.
I just have one comment about the ineligible contract teacher who refuses a position. With this being such a long county, if I live in Titusville and I'm offered a position in South Palm Bay, I might have to refuse that position only because of location, and I would hate to think that because of that, I'm dumped out of the pool.
It might be the only position we have though, Debbie.
But that might be the only position that week, and then maybe in 2 weeks, you might have a position in Cocoa. Why would I be dumped out of the pool if the only position that week is in
Right.
Palm Bay? I can't see that you would dump me out of the pool just because that week the only position is in Palm Bay.
I'll tell you why. I'm not going, nor would I ever put in contract that we would hold up the hiring process because we've got an annual contract teacher who says, you know what, I was offered a job, but it's not where I want to go, or it's too far from me. And other teachers that we could be hiring could go to Volusia or Indian River County, Orange County, because you know what? Their principals in their district are able to advertise jobs. Why would I allow one person to be the logjam that would prevent all 87 schools from getting their ads posted because they just have determined that they don't want to go wherever it is that we've said there's an opening? So we've got to protect ourselves and our principals and our schools, and also be able to recruit and retain people who are graduating straight out of college or who are moving straight to Florida looking for a position. And you know what? I don't want them to go to Orange County or Indian River County or Volusia County. I don't think you would either, just because we've got an annual contract teacher that says, you know what, I don't want to drive from Titusville to Palm Bay. If that's the only position we have, that might be as good as it gets. Today is as good as it gets. If we give them a job and 2 weeks later something else pops open, we can have discussions about whether or not they get to go and transfer there or apply for that position. But I'd like to think that we're not going to allow the contract to keep us from advertising all of our positions because of one person. Does that make sense?
I want to put this out there. I don't want to hear, I know some more on the team want to talk, but this is where people will accuse us, me, Jen, sometimes of being a little too close working with the district, but I think it's a good thing and it's something I don't mind.
Right.
On this topic, helping teachers transfer, whether it's PSC, AC, helping teachers get jobs. We're active, talking all the time. Teachers call us up, here's a problem, I need to get closer to home, here's a problem, I want to get a better match, or I want to, this subject, that
And we
subject.
listen to you.
So we work very closely with you guys.
Right.
And as long as we understand that, okay, a teacher has an assignment, that certainly does not preclude that teacher from still interviewing somewhere, just like a PSC teacher.
That's
We can
right.
have a PSC teacher right now assigned to a school, and if they see an opening, they are welcome to go interview and try to get it.
That's right.
And if an AC teacher is in, as Debbie said, I'll make sure we understand, if the AC teacher is one of those hard-to-place positions, I know you guys to not be deliberately cruel to folks. If they're a K-6, and you've got a couple openings in Titusville, a couple openings in Titusville, or Cocoa, a couple openings in Palm Bay, you're not going to ship them to Palm Bay just to ship them out.
That's right.
But if they were one of those, let's say, I'm scared to say a subject, and people
A PE teacher.
run somewhere. But yeah, let's say they're a PE teacher in Titusville, and all we can do for them is Palm Bay. That's your placeholder. You're assigned. You have a job. You need a car loan, you fill it out, you have a job.
Right.
If something opens up closer to home, I know I can go to the two folks I'm looking at
And we will work it out.
and work to get them closer. That's just one of those advantages that we have that good working relationship, that, you know, we help our people get back. Okay, let's who is it? Okay.
It was the same sentence.
Yeah, just so we know, that's a concern that we're gonna have.
I think, just building on that, and I just want to kind of touch on, it's a huge issue, and obviously going from Titusville to Palm Bay, and you guys not holding a position, that is understandable. But just so that we are clear with what Dan said, if something were to open, say she accepted the position, and then 2 weeks later it's posted closer to home, I mean, that's important, and it's also something that our legislators in this county actually listened to when we mentioned AC reappointment when we were in Tallahassee. They listened to that scenario. They weren't listening to us at all. It was closed, but then when we had an AC teacher say, I'm that very scenario right there, then that's when they started listening to us about the downfalls of this bill. So, I mean, it's definitely something, you know, that is a major concern of teachers in the county, and obviously it's not an easy fix. But that would be something, I don't know if that could be in language or with consideration to where a person lives or if a position comes open. I don't know how you would word that. But say you placed a PE teacher in Palm Bay, but then 2 weeks later, the position came back open in Titusville or came open in Titusville, you know, and that's all procedural.
So, for you all who, I know you all don't know the managerial context of what I operate under, or did operate under as a principal. But we're constantly soliciting our principals of what vacancies will you have open, or are you anticipating that will be open, so that we can do just what you just talked about, Vanessa and Debbie. We're constantly trying to seek out where it is, because, you know, bottom line, folks, we have 3 area superintendents. And when those teachers who are being either asked to leave their school because they don't have an assignment there, it's really up to that area superintendent to find a position in their area. If that doesn't happen, then it becomes Mrs. Pace, my new role, to try to find them the next closest area, which would be the central area. It only makes sense. The south, come to central. If it's north, you come to central. So that's how it kind of works. And then if, bottom line, we don't have any positions in the south or in the central area, then we're going to have to look towards the north. So we're constantly soliciting our principals so that we don't intentionally move somebody from Titusville to Palm Bay just because, oh, it's easy on us. We don't do that. That's the guarantee that I'm giving you. I'm saying it on tape, saying it in front of the audience, saying it in front of you.
And I can tell you for the most part,
That's
I
what
mean,
we
that
do.
is your
It's our
practice.
culture. That's our practice. The only time that we've ever had to assign somebody from one end of the district to the other is because we had no other options, and we've been bound to our contract to give them and keep them with the job. I know what you're saying, though. If a position opened up, the first thing I would do is probably call that principal and say, look, we just moved, you know, somebody from your area to another area. Could you think we could work out something to where they could come in and be a part of that? Be
So
part of your school.
this language, and I guess I just want to hear it again because it's very exciting to me, says that AC teachers with effective or highly effective evaluations will be staying at their school as long as their unit is present,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
As long as it allows, okay.
There are some
And
time limits in it.
there's some what?
There's some time frames. It has to be in their last couple of evaluations. You did
Okay.
carefully.
Okay, okay. And then also, an outside hire would not occur if within our AC pool, there was someone, an individual who had the qualifications to fit that position.
That is correct.
That is correct.
And this is Seminole County's language, just with Brevard, put instead of Seminole, the language that you gave us. It's in
You gave
that
us-
packet that you gave us.
Looking at this language, as you mentioned some timeframes, an instructional annual contract employee received an overall rating no less than effective for the current years. Now, we're going to use that on the instructional practices part of it. Obviously, we're not going to wait till VAM till November to decide.
That's right.
Okay, so obviously, we don't have to state that, we know that. But it says for the current year's IPAS, annual, okay, and no less than effective final evaluation for each of the 2 most recent. Okay, what happens with first-year teaching? I finished my first year, I came up effective.
No problem.
But
This has some time frames, but it came from Seminole County's model. So
okay,
you guys, but you do need to read it carefully.
but tell me how, there's a lot of, I haven't talked with Seminole when this is done.
You gave it to us.
But, but I'm reading this now, it looks like I have to be here 3 years.
Or guaranteed reappointment.
Okay, what if I'm here 1 year and I'm highly effective or effective? Are you saying this language doesn't, I'm reading the first sentence, it looks like I have to have this year and the previous 2 years.
That's the way this language reads.
Okay, so what if I'm a first-year teacher
But Dan,
and I'm
what was the
effective?
difference between our old system that we had? Remember what we used to have? You're on probationary for the first 3 years.
Right, but I want teachers that are high, if I go back 4 or 5 years ago, maybe a little longer, maybe 5, 6 years ago, we used to reappoint all the ACs even if they were unassigned. And we work all summer and get them back.
Sometimes not.
That's what, right, it was hit or miss.
And we were growing at that time,
We
too.
were growing at that time.
What I'm getting at is, this
I
is.
think I just found a little small print on this.
It's the same size.
It's the same size print. I want to know if
Dan?
first year
Yeah.
AC teachers is back if they're highly effective or effective. No, effective or highly. I want them back if they're effective or highly effective. If they,
I guess the reason I'm pausing right now is this. You gave us this language. You said, go look at these models, we like these models, you gave us Indian River, yes, you solicited hard for that, but you gave us Seminole's language, you gave us a couple other.
yeah, like 6 or 7 of them. Just
We
everyone,
took-
like 6 or 7.
We liked the Seminole County language because, one, it reminded us of what our old times were like. Teachers came to us, they were annual contract teachers, and then after their 3rd year, we got to move them to PSC. And we guaranteed them a contract. Seminole has basically done that, but of course met the letter of the law. Now, you gave us this language, so what I'm getting at is now you're questioning the language you gave us because now we're using it?
I did not.
Oh, man.
I did not. I gave you. I
You
gave
gave us a model.
I gave you the principle, PLE. I gave you the principle that I wanted effective and highly effective annual contract teachers to have job security. That's our priority. That's what we want. Then I offered you as references, I said there are many other contracts across the state that have reference to job security for annual contract teachers. Now some, like Seminole, recreated the old PSC system.
Yes, it did.
Page
Where-
10 and 11 on the language you gave us.
Page 10, 11, so there were 9 pages before it then, with contract language all across the state. And some of them, like Seminole, like Indian River, for example, 1 or 2 sentences. They had their own little acronyms for their evaluation system, and they had a couple acronyms. We had to figure out what the heck they were talking about. But they said, if you're effective or highly effective, we want you back, we're going to get you back. And a lot of others went that far. Seminole didn't go that, but we just gave you references to read. We weren't saying, this is all of our proposal, we want all 11 pages of it. We said, here's a buffet of things, and we'd like to put something together here. Now, Jim, I know by now you're going to say, aren't you appreciative? Yeah, I'm very appreciative, because we haven't had any reference to this yet in our contract. What you're offering me is that at the end of 3 years, you'll have a recreation of PSC, the best facsimile we can put together. In the interim, I'd like teachers to have job security at the end of their 1st year and their 2nd year. Well, their 3rd year, this is covered. I'd like to know that a 1st-year teacher that came to Brevard that performs effective or highly effective, we want them staying here.
Okay.
This is a profession that is hemorrhaging folks.
Well, I would like a break.
Of course, hey, we got food for you. Want to have some lunch?
Yes.
I'll tell you what. I'll save you the salary discussion. Let's have some food.
Let's have a break. We're all here.
Jim, let's start positive, because I know you're very proud of a positive spirit that you brought, and we're getting a lot done. You did a nice job, I thought, earlier, listing out some positive things. On the one hand, you could say, Dan, we give you everything you asked for. We've had good conversation back and forth. The spirit of this is not, we're winning and you're losing.
Right.
It's not, we're rolling and you're taking. It's just, I think we're working well together. We agreed up front, speaking about agreements, we agreed up front, we got some tough stuff to do.
We do.
So we're gonna try not to make it personal. I kind of gave an admission, I think, earlier. Maybe I had been making a little personal some past things at people, but we're looking at some tough issues here. And we are right in the middle of some tough ones.
Okay.
So with that said, I like your attitude, roll up your sleeves, figure it out. I want to give you some feedback on your annual contract language.
Okay.
Maybe I should have had it electronically so we could give you some changes. But if it's okay, I'm gonna give you some suggested cross-outs and changing words, and if y'all just take careful notes, maybe that's the way to do it. Or if y'all want to send it to us electronic. What might happen is by the time you counter, if you need to counter, you might want to start putting this together electronically so we can email back and forth. But, okay, let's begin the mess making. I'm just gonna tell you what they are, and then I'm gonna let my team talk about why we're doing what we're doing.
Okay.
All right? If you go to the third line, wait, I'm sorry, you got paragraphs all over the place. If you go to that big paragraph,
Okay.
an instructional annual contract employee, okay? 3 lines down,
Uh-huh.
it's a system IPAS annual contract,
Yep.
all right? Starting with that word "and,"
Uh-huh.
we think we could cross out, at least to capture what we're looking to capture, we could cross out for the next 3 lines down to where it says July 1st, 2011. All right, so maybe if you just pencil through that, just so you can see what we're looking to do. Just so you follow our proposal. All right, and then if we go down the side, let's see, count lines for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11. If you go down, I'm sorry, over there, you kind of see what we're looking to do. All right, if you go down to the 11th line, you'll see it starts with the word reappointment, if I counted properly.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And if you scroll on over, you see it shall be placed in.
Uh-huh.
We'd like to replace, or replace, shall be reappointed to. So we'll take out placed in. We'd like to change that to reappointed to.
So an employee in this pool shall be eligible, no.
Now before that,
Yeah.
the above employee would otherwise be eligible for reappointment. The employee shall be reappointed to the annual contract pool. Essentially, that's a way of saying you are reappointed, and we're throwing you in a pool. Hope you use one. Good exercise.
Okay.
And then the next line, you see where you got the big word reappointment, straight below it?
Yes.
We're gonna say shall be eligible for assignment.
Okay.
So you're in your pool, reappointed, and you're waiting for your assignment.
Okay.
Okay, now we go down a couple lines. There's a line that begins with select from the eligible candidates.
Uh-huh.
You see that?
Uh-huh.
Now it says an eligible annual contract. I'd like to say an appointed annual contract.
Okay.
Because at this point, they're in a pool, they're appointed.
Okay.
And then your next line, and this is the last change,
Mhm.
it says procedures shall forfeit.
Where, okay, underneath it.
Okay,
Yeah.
right, these procedures shall forfeit, and instead of, we're gonna cross out further consideration for being hired, and I would change that to their appointment. Meaning you're, basically, the process is you're reappointed to a pool, you'll be assigned from the pool. If you get your assignment and say no, then you have forfeited your appointment.
Okay.
I think that captures what you are trying to say, in that you can't just sit and say, no, thank you, no, thank you.
All right, then let me ask you something. If I read that sentence, it would say, an appointed annual contract teacher who refuses a position offered through these procedures shall forfeit their appointment,
Period, that's it.
period. All right. Would that prevent us from being able to go forward and advertise jobs in this district?
Well, once you get everybody out of your pool, either they're out of their pool because they've been assigned, or they're out of their pool because they've declined a position. If someone declines a position, what more can you do for them? Right?
I just
You're a
wanna
math
make sure.
teacher, I assigned you to a school to go teach math. If they call me and say, I don't know if I want to work with those kids, or that might be a little far from my house, my advice is going to be, as it always has been, take your assignment. As you see things advertised, you can transfer, If I know a principal, if I know an HR director, we can help you if you're trying to transfer somewhere. But I don't turn down a job.
All right,
Don't turn down an assignment.
okay.
That's what we say.
So you like the first paragraph, the second paragraph, the third
Well,
paragraph?
I won't go that far.
Yeah.
I thought we were done.
We have a contract.
Dan, would you do me a favor? Would you clarify, go back to in cases where more than one individual in the pool qualifies for a vacant position?
Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Principal.
Hold on. I
Oh,
don't
I'm
know this.
sorry, it's about.
In cases, I got you. In
All right.
cases where more than one individual, yep, yep,
All
yep.
right, the principal shall select from the, and you said strike eligible candidates and what?
Actually, I didn't say that, but you're,
Okay.
Reappointed candidates.
yeah, you probably want to say appointed, reappointed
From
candidates.
their-
Yeah, thank you, Jessica. Yeah, I think you're right.
All right, from their reappointed candidates?
How about we just say the principal shall select from the pool? I mean, we can assume a principal's not gonna assign someone, or not gonna pick someone from the pool that doesn't have the certification, right? I mean, we know that.
Well, it's saying that the principal's gonna revert to the pool, but I think it's trying to clarify how they would pick one.
From the eligible reappointed.
Like, that the principal receives the power to choose between them, that it's
Uh-huh.
not placed, is that correct?
And the law wants that. The law wants the principal to get the final say on who they pick.
This is what I said.
If
We
put
can-
the-
I actually hadn't suggested a change for that, but if y'all want to suggest a change, I'm listening. If you want to
No,
be
if you
more
have-
specific.
Right, I have what
Okay, and
that.
appointed.
We can clean up and present a counteroffer next time.
Okay. Now, I want to open this up to my team because they had some really good comments in here. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, that was gonna go with, yeah, I'm gonna get to that. But first, I just want to run through this document that we gave you. This is a document for, we just grabbed some annual contract language, just given to me by FEA. They put out a survey, said, hey, tell us if you got some AC language. So they put some stuff together. And just to share with you and remind the team, everybody, of what we saw. Polk County, just because y'all put on us and said, Dan, you gave, this was your offer, right? I just want to know what we have. Polk County, all ACs are protected. They don't have that 3-year thing. They got all ACs, effective, highly effective. Indian River, all ACs. Putnam County, all ACs. Marion County, the AC protection starts after the 2nd year. No guarantees first year. Martin County, all ACs. Brevard County, all ACs. Volusia County has this, they're trying to recreate PSC, all right, which is how I took this. Okeechobee, after 2nd year. Taylor County, all ACs. Panhandle. Lee County, my apologies for making you read that, it doesn't really say anything about that. Alachua County has this PSC model that y'all are looking at. My apologies for Palm Beach, it doesn't really say much of anything. It talks about how to not be reappointed, it talks about how to get in trouble with Palm Beach, basically. Orange County, all ACs. Miami-Dade, they got you covered after the 2nd year. Flagler County, again, it's a whole lot of nothing. Hillsborough County, good lord. If you didn't get reappointed, it's a mess in Hillsborough. Sarasota, they got a page and a half of nothing. And then Seminole is this model. Okay, so the majority of them, not unanimous, majority of them are looking for that 1st or 2nd year protection,
Can I
which is
give
what we
you-
want.
Can I give you our philosophy of where we are coming from?
Yeah.
Right now, really right now with the intent of the law, management holds almost all of the authority on whether we reappointed an annual contract teacher or not. When we took a look at what you all gave us, we would like to go back, we would like to go back and follow the Seminole model, because you know what? It's one that has been tried and been true. It really restores us back to where we were a couple of years ago before the legislature said no to PSC. So it's not the intent of us to come and say to you all, oh, now we want to be even, for a better sake of the word, we want to be, we're going to give annual contract teachers more power than what they once had in this district. We wouldn't want to do that, Dan. We want to go back to what we had before, and I think that's where you wanted us to take a look at these models and go back. So now we've basically said, yes, we are agreement to that, but now you want to make sure that all annual contract teachers get restored from day one? We never did that in this district, never.
I think we got some people in mind.
We just never have done that. So I don't know why we would go, if right now we're saying that we have all the authority to just not reappoint anybody, why would we go all the way to the other extreme and say, yes, we'll reappoint you after just 1 year? That's not been our culture. That's not been a model that we followed in this district. It's just not been part of what we've done as far as conducting good business around here. If we can go back to what we're accustomed to, the culture that we've created and one that we were used to, I don't know why y'all would not be opposed to that. It worked just fine. We had teachers on probationary period up until their second year. Everything went fine their third year, boy, we guaranteed them a professional service contract. Basically, we're saying the same thing here, following the Seminole model. They have it over there, it works. You said you might make some phone calls after today to see how it's panned out, but I guarantee they're probably gonna say it's working just fine. It's what we used to follow, almost all districts used to follow 3 or 4 years ago. All right,
Actually, I can tell you, the culture of FBA and the culture when we get together, sometimes what this ends up being, and I'm quite certain I've heard this from Seminole, sometimes it's foot in the door language. You know what I mean when I say that? We couldn't get them from day one. We couldn't get all annuals reappointed, so the best we could do is we got them after 3 years reappointed, and then we got it, we'll let it work, and then we'll come back next year, see if we can't get 2 years, see if we can't get after the first year.
Okay.
So that's probably what they got over here. I would like to point out that the third paragraph on your thing, it's expressly understood. There's a lot that's expressly understood in our contract, in just our general working conditions. Without writing, it's expressly understood. I'm gonna ask your team to just read that and see if that's not a little nastier than it really needs to be. I mean, that's, yeah, we all expressly understand that when you're no longer under contract, we don't have a relationship when we're not under contract. I just don't see the need for that in there. All right, I want to get my team talking because I've heard
So
enough
you
of
really
it.
mean the second?
I'm sorry, your second paragraph you're proposing to,
Okay,
right?
I'm gonna make a.
Just kind of consider that,
Right.
if it's
I'm
not a
gonna give you an
little,
hypothesis of why probably Seminole put it in there. Remember, you guys handed this language across the table to us, so this is not my language.
to explore, to research.
All right. I would imagine that it came from Seminole and it was advised probably to their board that we leave something like that in there so the legislature doesn't think we're trying to circumvent the law.
All right. Well, in which case you've got 2 paragraphs.
But you know.
You know, speaking, if possible.
Look, I guess this is where I'm a little perplexed. You handed us this language. It's the language that came from you, not from us. We didn't pass this across.
I gave it to you as research to look at. All right, I want to hear from some of my team here.
Okay, I feel very passionately about this, so I'll try to keep the hands from flailing here, Jim. But I already relayed my sentiments of gratitude that we are taking a step in the right direction on this. So in critiquing this, I don't mean to sound as though I'm not grateful that we're heading this way. But I have to respectfully disagree with you that the system we had was working, because I think that education and this profession is being torn apart by some of the things that have gone on over the years. And specifically, there aren't, I don't know that there is a profession at all where you come in and for a year you might not be doing a very good job, but somebody passes you along. Another year you might not be doing a very good job and someone passes you along. And then all of a sudden, when it becomes time for you to get a contract, then all of a sudden we intervene and we try to provide assistance to somebody who probably needed it from day one. But that's what this language does. And that's what I see as the problem of developing our young educators has been over the years. With the way this is written, a teacher could come in and a principal could ignore by simply signing off and saying effective, fine, not intervene, not giving them the resources, and at the end of the year, it just didn't work out, we're sending you somewhere else. And then it happens again, and they get picked up somewhere else. And then now that principal who has gotten that teacher in their third year, am I correct, the third or fourth year? Their third year, would then be charged with giving that evaluation that says, hey, you're just not quite cutting the mustard here. You actually need some assistance here. And now all of a sudden, the interventions come in and the dialogue starts about the teaching practice needing to be improved. And a teacher's finally getting input that they probably needed from day one. And I wish that I could say that that doesn't happen, but I know that it does. I've watched it. It's been directed toward me that that's exactly what happened. So that's why we're fighting for this. And you're right, we handed you language of what was going on in other counties, and you know, it certainly is a better step from where we are now, but it's still making those new teachers disposable. It's saying at the end of the year, we'll just find somebody else like you, put that in position, and maybe you will be the one who swims instead of sinking. Okay.
Stephanie?
Oh.
I'm sorry. You're next. I got you next.
While we were conversing, I just kind of tagged along to what Jen was saying, and the evaluation system that we had before, and where you had that probationary period, and it was, it was sink or swim. It was pretty much, you know, if you got your craft those first 2 years, and then you would just kind of, you know, move along. And if you didn't get it, and I know a situation at my school where there were 2 teachers, they were getting ready to be tenured, let's see, and there were several complaints about those teachers brought up to administrators, and there was, it seemed, what seemed to us, they were kept in. And this culture of kind of pop culture where you got all these bad teachers, that's pretty much where it came from, where there was no effort to start to help those teachers that needed help. So if from the beginning, AC teachers are given the assistance that they're needed, mentor teachers, resource teachers, those resources that they need from the beginning, and help them develop their craft from the beginning, there should be no reason why they shouldn't receive reappointment if they get a highly effective or effective.
I'd like to
Thank you, Stephanie.
piggyback on what Jen was saying, and that principals can just pass them along. I think that the principals need to be held accountable for their critiques in the evaluation system, and not just, okay, they're effective, okay, they're effective. If the teacher needs improvement, it needs to be documented, needs improvement, and then that would take care of this whole being reappointed thing. But they need to put in the effort to find mentors and help the teacher, because we all know it's not easy being a teacher, especially a first-year teacher this day and age. It's insane. And if you need improvement, that principal needs to put in that effort and that anything that they need to do to help keep you from sinking, because you can easily sink instead of just keep passing the buck. And I'm one of these teachers where I was the 3-year PSC thing, and it was okay, but I've seen it over and over again where teachers do sink because the principals are overworked, and it's very difficult for them to, or it's much easier for them to just pass the buck.
Help me out, my team. We brought you language. You're saying you don't like the language, so you've rewritten it. If we go back in caucus and accept your changes, are you all saying then we have a tentative agreement on this, or what are you all telling me?
Yeah. Yes, I'm telling you yes. If you were to accept what we say, I would ask you to look at that second paragraph. It's expressly understood and agreed. That's not a deal breaker. It's an obvious piece of language. When you're no longer under a contract, we don't have an obligation to, that's obvious. I think there's a little bit of mean-spirited to it. Again, I can't explain why my colleagues in Seminole County thought that was a great idea. That's not a deal breaker.
All right. This is what I ask for you all, out of respect for me and my team. Next time you put something across the table to us, I want to make sure that you all have read it, that you understand what you're putting across the table, and if you don't like it, don't put it across the table to me. That's all I ask. It's only respectful that you do that to us. We read every single one of those proposals because we thought you all were in agreement with it. All we did was take out Seminole County, put in Brevard, and all we ended up putting in there was highly qualified status, ESOL status, and program requirements. That's all we added. Program requirements was in. That's all we added was 2 things.
Jim, I want to take ownership of that, and I owe you an apology for that, because I could get it, that you could be frustrated that we give you a proposal, and then I want to tell you what I'm learning from it. I mean, I could just say, sorry, move on, but I don't think, to me, that's not worth as much if I don't tell you what I'm learning from it. I should have been more clear that this was nothing more than a reference, nothing more than examples. If I led you to believe that any one of these would have been just fine, well, that's me as a communicator. I should have been more clear to you on that. And if your team kind of proceeded going, hey, we could take any one of these, I'm not saying if, you did, my fault. If you kind of went and said, okay, any one of these are good for Brevard, and this will make them happy, then I wasn't clear on my end of communication. So I know y'all made some, I can tell y'all put some time into it, and some thought into it, consideration. You're out of your comfort zone from where you've been in past years, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to take ownership of that I just kind of gave it to you, said, there, run forth and go do something. But yes, if the changes I'm giving you, if you come back and say, okay, look, we can do that, I'm not going to stick to you again and say, well, actually, we changed our mind one more time. I mean, it could be endlessly entertaining, but that's not what we're trying to do.
Well, if we were to break for a caucus, I would really like to, before I do that, since we just caucused, have you looked over our money proposal?
We're hitting all the tough issues.
Well,
So let's get to this.
You know, I have to, because I really
You
feel
do.
like we're getting,
We want to get
yeah,
somewhere.
we're today or next week away from,
It's darkest
really getting
before the
close to
dawn.
this. And I know you have 2 or 3 other things that we discuss up there, so where are we here?
Okay, here's where we are on that. First up, we had a talk as a team, and I came out and talked to you,
Right.
just to confirm some numbers, and Karen too. We all just got together, confirmed some numbers. And I want people to know what we were just seeing as, just to clarify what numbers we were looking at. And it was, I put this up there for anybody watching. This is kind of a recreation of what was up here in their pricing, all right? And there was this number fringe. I erased your, because I'm going to do something to it. I mean, we all have it on paper. But your proposal is priced out to $3.1 million, but it was out fringe. It was without the fringe. Ours, we had priced when it was there before, here to the mine, it was there before, it was $8.8 million.
Right, with
But it was with fringe. So I wanted to get apples to apples. So we took that $0.9 million fringe, put fringe on yours, and we found that yours was about $3.7 million. And then I went out there just to kind of confirm that. We got confirmation that, yeah, yours with fringe. So we were apart $3.7 million to $8.8 million, which is a difference. And then the task was, you were going to caucus, see if you could come back with a bottom line difference. We were going to caucus. There's structure discussion also, but we were going to see if we could bring it a little bit closer into range. As I look at yours, I'm looking at this box, okay? Now, I understand, I completely understand management's presentation here, saying, look at the grand total of this proposal. Okay, I get your interest in doing that. Okay? I'm telling you, as honest as I can tell you. Hopefully everything I'm telling you is honest, but I mean as honest as I can be on this. When I go to teachers and I say, consider your compensation package, they want to know what's happening to their paycheck. I don't fault teachers for that. I didn't put down my teachers in saying that. First thing they do is they go $50 a month for health insurance times whatever months it is, and they subtract from this, that, and they put out, so I'm getting $90 a year. I mean, it's the first thing they do. okay?
Well, it's not $90.
Well, whatever it is, I'm just saying, whatever it is.
Right.
Okay, they look at their, and I don't blame them for that, I'm not picking on anybody. They do that, they take off the 300 for health insurance. Pretty quickly, we got it broken down to monthly pay. Okay, $50 a month is 600 annually, even though it's only half the year, so it's 300 annually. In January, we don't want paychecks going backwards. Okay, we just don't. Our commitment to our members is we want this the year that things get better. We don't want this to, and you get this, I'm not chastising you, you get this, your team gets it. We don't want this the year that, okay, we crush morale again, the union comes out with a smiley face, hey guys, it's the best they could do. All right? So we're gonna show you a proposal that shows movement on us. Your bottom line before was 3.7 million. You've given us a proposal that shows movement, you moved to 3.8 million. I need you to do better than that. I'm being as dead on honest as I can. Thank you, Karen, for looking at me and other folks. Sometimes you gotta look people in the eye and say that. We need movement here. I want to put up an example I was talking about earlier because I want to show you where that movement can go, because this does not reflect this offer is not reflecting the movement that I was asking you to do. I get it that there's the other 125,000 non-recurring class size penalty reserve. We shift that in there. There it goes. I appreciate that. But I want y'all to clearly see where movement can happen. I'm going to go back to a whole different example here to show how simple I hope this is. All right? Mom sends me to the store with $20 to buy some groceries. I take my list, I take my things, I buy my stuff. That's in my pocket, which means that's my budget. And my items cost $19. Now I know that's a 5% difference, and I know I'm not accusing 5% holdover, right? It's less than 1%. Not a huge amount. But that's my cost. So $1 falls to the bottom line. Now, next week, when Mom writes the shopping list, it's fun to get change. It's important to get change. It's important that we not accidentally go over $20. But you're free to spend that extra dollar. Okay? Maybe I come home from the store and I'm all excited. I got $1. Mom says, keep it. Non-recurring. Don't count on that again next week. Okay? That's what's happening with the fall health insurance. As far as I can tell, as far as what you've presented, from the fall health insurance, there was a difference between budget and expense, and we're going to take that change, and in the fall, that becomes your health insurance money. Thank you. We appreciate it. Don't anyone think we're not appreciative. We are appreciative of that. That's part of the reason why it's, starting in January, it's $50 instead of $70. So I don't want you to, when you report back, we report where no, but I'm so ungrateful. No, we appreciate that. However, I'm not seeing in the proposal an acknowledgement that with that gap, we can spend a little more. Okay, now, when bargaining began, I took numbers that were given to me from the district. I said, how much are we spending this year? I got the number we were spending this year. I said, does that run all through all the payrolls? I was told yes. At that time, the difference between the number I got and the budget book was $3.8 million. Since that time, there was a board workshop, a budget workshop. There was a June book came out, and I took expenditures for last year, and then it was $2 million, about $2.5 million. That was the gap. I'm hearing today it's 0.64%. I'm hearing, there was a connotation that I'm not implying that I don't believe the number, but it was a 0.64%, and on a $229 million whatever, so now we're about $1.5 million. The number's kind of changing, but I understand we run a payroll and things happen. Okay? But there is a gap between what's budgeted and what's spent. if that money just stays there, that's recurring. If every week, mom's gonna give me 20 bucks. I know someone's gonna say it's not that easy, because you got payroll coming in, payroll going out, you got more teachers hired, programs change here and there, you got different sources. Just plan to spend the whole budget. Close that gap. Is it possible that you could get into the spring and go, whoa, we stepped out of our comfort zone, and now we're kind of riding off the road? Yeah, that's why districts do hiring freezes, that's why districts do things as the year goes on to contain costs. Sometimes districts get into hiring freezes, or different things can happen if you're looking like you're spending over. All right, and sometimes a district has to come back to a union and say, we got to talk in February, we got to figure something out. But there's a gap in there that can go into teacher salary. There's also a $4 transfer. There's a $4 million transfer. Talked about that. There's not an acknowledgement of that. I want to be able to go back to teachers pre-planning and say, we asked the district to step out of their comfort zone. Not they found $100,000, so everybody gets another $5. $100,000, $20. Not, hey, we talked them up $20. I got teachers that are going to land on effective, that are going to see their pay go down in January if we agree to your salary offer. Come January, your pay goes down. And they're going to feel like they're working hard. And I'm going to explain to them, I'm going to say, don't you understand health insurance goes up? And they're going to tell me, don't you get it? My paycheck just went down. What are we collectively bargaining for? So my paycheck can go down? I need y'all stepping out of your comfort zone and coming through for us. Now, we did some readjustment here. We, I feel, made an honest effort to meet you. It can't be every time we come back, we cut off another $2 million, we cut off another $2 million, cut off another $2 million, and then you can add $30 and we're there. I mean, we got a negotiation as we move towards each other. We made all that leadership stuff 150. We added 250 for the Cs. Deborah, we appreciate your comment. You said that, remember, those speech folks will be part of the critical shortage. But there's other folks in critical shortage don't have to maintain a yearly certificate. So we wanted them to get some help on that. Keep in mind, we also showed you an earlier presentation. Help me out. There's other districts paying, what, 500, 1,000 a year?
There's other, Indian River pays 15% above the base. That's the highest one
Okay.
around us, and that's a hop, skip, and a jump from Palm Bay. And Seminole, I think, is 2,500. All the counties around us have some sort of $1,000 supplement.
Something for that. So I think we're being modest compared to others. We heard a presentation from ROTC. I think we multiplied it out. They were asking for 600,000 or 60. They were asking for a huge amount. We'd like some money to play with those supplements only because, well, not only because they're worth it, but because they are being asked, some of those folks are being asked to take a month cut in pay. Not your fault. You can say it's not our fault, right? We know
Well,
that.
I just wanted to make sure that you had shared with your team that they're not actually paid though currently on the teacher salary scale. I
We
gave you
did.
their average salary,
We did.
and you shared that with your team. Okay.
All right. And then we're trying to restructure this basic incentive. This is terminology from Brevard, just because I know Brevard County, but there's others that do, like I said, Palm Beach, Miami-Dade, they do this as well. They started this because they had teachers taking tri-rail north and south. They get to a part of the salary schedule and teachers go to another county, or they get better pay go to another county. But anyway, we keyed in on these years because we know we got some teachers sitting on, their career hit when the pay freeze hit. And so, anyway, you can see what this is. With a basic incentive plus what we have scheduled for AC and PSC, we can get people at least their health insurance plus something covered. Isn't going to make anybody dance in the street. We've got teachers been here for a long time through a pay freeze that remind me, and we'll get the emails tonight, that remind me of how far behind they are on the old letter steps back when we were doing that, before the legislature put a stop to it. Okay? As best I can figure, and I've got the spreadsheet, Jim, if you want, we can do spreadsheets, multiply them out or whatever, but as best I can figure with fringe, Okay, we have met you at 6.2 million. That wasn't as dramatic as this was. 6.2 million.
With or without French?
That's with French.
And what's the PSC?
I'm sorry, well, this is the spirit of what you brought us, which is what we brought you. AC, this is the adjustments,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
the legally required adjustments, 200 and 150. Jim, it was your first reaction, it's not to make a mockery of it, just for anybody tuning in or watching, whatever, our first offer was $1 or $1.70, and y'all said, come on now, all right? Although somebody TA'd that in the state somewhere, all right, and they put their money into this stuff. But it was 200 and 150, and I like the structure, what you have with PSC, that, okay, they can only get to 75, which is half of the effective, and then we fill in for it somewhere. We'll have to deal with what we call this. We'll have to deal with how it gets to be a piece of retirement. I did price it with fringe, so worst case scenario, if you can't get retirement on that 125, you can't get retirement on the 75, we priced it with fringe. So it could be, there's your 15% on top of that. Here's your 18 bucks. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to make a joke out of it, but, you know, we're dealing with a difficult law. Okay? And somebody's gonna look at this, whether camera, wherever you might be, and say, that's what wait, hold on, BFT thinks I'm worth $75 raise? Or they're gonna look at what you put out there and say, wait, y'all think teachers are worth 420 bucks, that's it? And we just have to go forward knowing that this isn't what we think we're worth. We're making the best of a budget, we're making the best of a law. But Jim, I mean, I try not to use the phrase I'm being honest, sounds like the rest is a lie, right? But I'm being honest here. I'm not trying to break the district. I'm trying to bring you out of where you traditionally are and get you to do what I think you can do. I want to be able to tell district, I want to be able to tell my teachers, yes, they stepped out of their comfort zone, appreciate the employer, and let's see if we can't rally around something. And some of that's going to be some other stuff it's going to take too, because we got a lot of hot issues here. All right. Anyway, there's that. Would you like us to leave so you can stare at that? Is it our turn to go? So you can digest that? Got a whole plate of pasta up and eat while you're.
I'm okay, just, I want to make sure,
Spaghetti con.
my first thoughts are these,
It's penny sauce.
but I, do you have this on computer, Dan?
Yes, I do.
All right.
I don't know if I have Wi-Fi, but yeah, it's right here.
Then your counter proposal to district proposal number 3 is that right there?
Do you want me to send it to you electronically? Yeah, I do have it.
Yes.
Although
Because
I
that's
just-
something that, instead of me walking in with a piece of scratch paper and taking a picture of that, I think it needs to be more official that I have it in writing. That I have a counter proposal that looks like a proposal. And I'm
I
not
just
saying
made
it
it more
doesn't, but
expensive.
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We put ours in nice, clean, white paper
Yeah, you did.
boxes. You might have a counter proposal that way. All right. Why don't we then, this is what I'm suggesting. It's 2 o'clock. What I'm suggesting is this, let's caucus. I feel my team can have a decision with this annual contract language today. Obviously, you're gonna send me, or you're gonna print out for me, if you need to.
Which do you want? Oh boy.
We can run to the front office and get it.
Okay, can we deal with the flash drive and we'll go to the front?
Yep.
Okay.
You know where to go, and Sylvia ought to be there. Because I need to talk to my team.
You just want to tell me where to go, don't you? Okay.
You all thought it that way. No, you know where to go. It's Sylvia's office.
You're not the only one.
Miss Majestic's office. Go there, get it printed out. Then we're gonna come back and we'll talk a little bit about the language, we'll talk about the proposal, but I think we've got your feelings. I think I'm gonna need to think about it.
If I get
I
this.
would like to do language though. I'd like to get over
Yeah,
here
yeah.
and get that stuff cleaned up, because if we're coming back next week, we're coming back. We're coming back.
And we're here for you, I mean, we're here today too.
What I'm getting at is, we're coming back, we're
We
getting
got,
close.
we got dinner, we got fourth meal, I mean, we'll be here.
So we've got 2 hours, to talk about AC, get your proposal in writing, and let's get over there, and let's call it an afternoon, and then get back here next Wednesday.
I'm gonna go to, that office, if I get to Sylvia's computer, I'll email it to all three of you. I'll print it, and I'll find you somewhere, but then I'll email it to all three of you, so you have electronic.
You know Mrs. M, she'll make copies at the copier machine if you wanna make copies.
Okay, I'll get copies for the.
If you run into a problem, you can always come back and get it. Does that sound like a plan? It means,
Where are you gonna be? I gotta find you a copy.
I'm gonna be in here.
Okay,
I'm
we're gonna be out there.
You all go out in the cafeteria. Let's say this takes 30 minutes. So we're back here at 2:30. I mean, it's a
Okay.
little after 2, I mean, whatever you need.
Pending technology, all right.
Tell me what you think of this. We ready, Jason?
Yes.
All right.
Did you
Sorry.
get some?
This is the TA. No, just I'm gonna pull out your TA language. Pull out
That's gonna, AC like.
your AC language.
It's not even, it's not near 4 o'clock yet.
All right. If we agree, could we agree to a compromise? And that is, that we're talking that last big paragraph, annual contract language. You all had asked us to strike the and no less than effective final evaluation rating for each of the 2 most recent consecutive school years in Brevard County, or an effective rating under the teacher evaluation system prior to July 1st, 2011. We would like to leave that in there, and we will agree to everything else that you all proposed. It's a compromise. Dan, it just restores us back to where we once were. So if you want to think about it, all I ask is that then we can come back the 23rd, and you can submit new language and give us the proposal that you all see that you would like. But all I'm asking is if you want to TA something, if you want to TA the annual contract teacher language, that's what we'll do.
Obviously, I talked to the team.
You can think about it, or if you want, you can make a decision now.
Yeah, obviously, we're gonna think about it.
All right.
That was, just so you know, that was the sticking point.
I know.
I mean,
I'm gonna
the
tell you
other
right now.
language in here was just kind of cleaning up.
I want you to know
policies
right
and
now,
things.
why in the world would we even go back to something that's more restrictive than we once had? Why would we even do that? We wouldn't. We wouldn't.
Actually, yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, if we make a mockery of the law, which is what we're doing, because we're restoring PSC, and we're gonna go back and take that out, oh my gosh. What I'm getting at is, I think it's a fair compromise. We're sticking.
I would at least
We're
have to talk to
effectively
the team all about it.
restoring our annual contract teachers back to where they once were. Yes, because when we did, I know, John, when we once had what we once had with PSCs, they were on probationary period for 3 years. For 3 years. That's the way it was. And that's basically what we've written right here. But what I'm getting at is you all are asking us to go back and be even more restrictive, or less restrictive than what we once were. Yeah, I mean, you want an annual contract teacher to just be on a probationary period for 1 year. We're not going to agree to that.
What I like about what you did is you are getting them reappointed, even if it's just to that pool.
And we've agreed to your language.
So if they don't fit at their current school, they are reappointed. They're in a pool, they're gonna get themselves assigned somewhere. They better call us before they say no to something, all right? But I'm gonna talk to my team,
Okay.
see where that gets us. I don't see, I'm just gonna put this, at some point I'm gonna talk to my team, so you'll have some time to talk to your team. I don't see that first paragraph that you suggested crossing out, I don't see that in conflict with this. I don't see why this language needs to be in lieu of that. What that is saying is that principals can go ahead and reappoint their ACs, before these transfer periods, so that way they know they have their security. This big paragraph right here really says, well, here's how that reappointment all can happen. But what we currently have for language that says, hey, you guys, you used it, a lot of principals used it to tell their ACs around spring break or afterwards, okay, you guys are back. So, that's May language. It's not y'all have to do it. And I just think it's good that we have that in language, that y'all could go ahead and do that. But I will talk to my team about, could we take that as positive? That's what I do.
Can we just have like 3 minutes, because I think I understand what you're trying to say and it's not clear. I mean, just like right here, nobody has to move or anything.
Oh, okay. Grace?
Which one? I'll face over here.
Okay, Dan,
You do what, please?
my
Sorry.
suggestion is this. Why don't, we're meeting next Wednesday, why don't you all bring what you all want, and we'll bring to you what we want.
The big question we gotta decide
We'll
is,
bring clean language. You bring to us what it is that you want. And we'll bring to you what we want, and we'll have further
John,
discussion.
that was worth it, say that again.
So pick another county.
Pick another county. Please don't pick another county.
Don't fix that, you picked that, we buried it the far back of that book.
Never again.
Never again, so I'll make sure we never look at Seminole again. Stephanie, I want you to comment on something earlier, because you had an insight.
Well, one
Please.
of the things, when we talk about historic precedent that we set, there was a historic precedent for going out and having career fairs and recruiting individuals and putting them into a pool under an unassigned binder. And that's no different than really kind of what we're looking at.
Where we are, why we're hedging on this is because that was during a time of growth. We had 86,000 students in this district, and now we're down to, I think, about 7. So, and we're not sure where our enrollment will be next year, and we're just, I understood, and we discussed that while we were in caucus. One of our members brought that up. Remember when we used to, but we also now know what current reality is.
But combined with that, you've got a situation, and I understand that, but you're also losing teachers left and right. I mean, if you go back and look at how many, and you know from your own ranks, how many people have retired in the last year? How
Well, I
much-
share numbers with folks.
Record numbers retiring. And so, and they're not being replaced. If you go to the major universities, students are not going into education, and it's because we're in trouble.
If I could just say that attrition is a number that we look at every year. And while we certainly know the folks beside us that are no longer here with us, attrition numbers are not incredibly higher last year than they were the year before that or the year before that. We've averaged right around 9 to 10, 11, and 12. Remember, we
We've
used it for the
heard numbers
grant.
contrary to that, so that's
We've used the numbers in the
interesting.
grant, and we've reported that, and it's statistically lower than it is across the country. I'm not saying that we're not losing good people, but I'm just saying that is a number that we track and that we're cognizant of and watch.
Either way, we're listening, we're working towards, and I think we're very close to solving our annual contract piece of this, of what we proposed. You all come with some different language, we'll come with some different language, we'll have further discussion.
Okay, so we agree that's something for
Yes.
7/23.
Now, your proposal number 2, salary.
As long as we're on easy topics.
This is easy because, again, we're gonna go back and take this very seriously. We wanna run the numbers, look at it. You've come off the 8.8, come to 6.2. come from 3.1 to
3.7.
3. Yeah.
With fringe, you've come from 3.7 to 3.8.
Right, 3.8. So we'll take your counter offer very seriously. We'd like to think about it, go back and have further discussion amongst us privately, okay? So, I've got my homework. I'm gonna be real clear. You've got your homework, right?
We have homework. So my homework is to look at
They're
that.
bringing us language for
Bring you AC language.
AC language.
Florida County. All right.
All right. You've got a list up there that I know that we're dying to hear you talk about. You've been trying to get to it, I think, all morning, so what would you like to talk about first?
Get my notes. I'm looking for Tuesday. We got, so let's see if we got everybody still here. Yeah. We had prices for years. It's gonna start with a compliment. With standardized testing of teachers, especially elementary, but it was starting to work its way up towards secondary. And the district put together a pretty good team and put together some solutions. It was a priority of ours. We worked all year with empowerment groups, and they were screaming it, and the district just kind of proactively brought it up at a board meeting in May and said, hey, we got some solutions, here's what we want to do. And so I didn't bring it to the table. In that spirit, not only do we have testing, but we have data collection. And Deborah, one of these meetings, you showed us this new GWiz piece of software with all this new stuff that goes in it. And teachers are bringing up some concerns with that as well. You know, we have a nice new shiny toy. Does that really mean we have less work, or we just have more work to do with this nice toy? So I want to ask some people to comment on it, not to put you on the spot. Are you ready?
This is the list,
Two.
on your list.
This is
includes
data collection.
Data collection.
This is, right, data collection. Data collection. Depending on what part of the country you're from. Statistical collection. This is Michelle, Vanessa, and Stephanie.
Yeah, I think
Lee, do we lost? Okay.
Stephanie left.
Okay, you're gonna be set.
Okay.
No pressure. All right, go ahead, Michelle, thank you.
From an elementary point perspective, and I'm not a classroom teacher, but I am considered ESE, and I work hand in hand with classroom teachers. The amount of data collection that they have to do for RTI is unbelievable. When you're talking about tier 2 and tier 3 interventions that mostly happen at the elementary school level, because that's where kids are identified for the most part with learning disabilities or struggles or whatever, it's incredible. Not to mention the other stuff that's mandated for them to put into A3 and Edline and everything. So that's my main thing, is the amount of data collection required, especially through RTI.
Okay, I just want to speak to the standardized testing. We saw a great change in that this year. The team that got together and proposed the new changes for next year, it was quite a relief, especially in the elementary schools. So we're asking for the same attention to be drawn to data collection, because there's a lot of redundancy that goes on, and there's some data collection that's done that doesn't necessarily feel meaningful to the teachers. And so if maybe we could highlight that and put some attention on it the same way that we've done with standardized testing, we can see some changes to that as well. And even just to maybe bring some justification to the teachers as to why that specific data is being collected. I know the point Stephanie wanted to make was that when you're teaching in a school with more kids who tend to fall in the lower part of the county, that they're having to do a lot more data collection, and it didn't turn out to be meaningful at all, that the kids still were able to succeed past what they expected. And so if we just know that we're going in and we're analyzing it and we're offering solutions to what may be some redundancy, then I think that that's going to bring some help to this area. Is that the only one?
We had Vanessa too.
I I just wanted to speak to it because I'm taking the Performance Matters training online over the summer, and I've been in contact with 5 other secondary teachers from across the county who are also taking the training, just to get the feel back on the system and some concerns and thoughts that we have. One of the main concerns that we had, and we actually emailed the person at Accountability Testing and Evaluation to ask. In the training, it's very specific. The district assessments will be added by the district. But here's where, and I'm sure this is a concern for elementary as well, but here's where secondary teachers are concerned, because every principal has, what they want as far as common assessments from the departments, data such as when we do writing assessments, reading assessments, whatever kind of assessments they want you to do. Then the answer from the district was classroom assessments are up to principal's discretion. So now we're into a time issue. Because honestly, if we're giving out common assessments and then we're going to be required after we give the common assessments to then grade the common assessments, then put them into a system that's new, we go back to the age-old, where, we start freaking out about when do we have time to do that? At what are we cutting out of our weekly duties to make time for inputting this data? So I think there's some fear from teachers across the district, and I didn't do this willy-nilly. I've been communicating with other teachers from other schools about this, so that's a concern as far as performance matters and standardized testing and data collection.
An analysis of data analysis.
Right. Let's get together to look at some
Realize
data
I said
we've
that.
looked at some data and look at some data somewhere.
Jim, here's what we're telling you, and I don't want, if anyone else on my team wants us to chime in, please, let me know, please do. But for years, teachers are seeing more put on their plate. And when we come to you as a union and say there's too much on our plate, this isn't the traditional industrial model union where we want to do less work, get paid more. I mean, we do want to get paid more and do less work. But we're here for the kids, okay? And teachers aren't telling me, maybe a couple of years ago the discussion was, I don't have time to do all this. That's true, that's still true. I just went to a faculty meeting, the principal brought back what the principal just learned at one of their trainings, and now I have to go make another spreadsheet. And the job of the spreadsheet is I had to give it to the principal, so they can put it in a binder, so they have a bunch of data in a binder. They can meet their goal. Or I have to do an assignment, or I have to make the spreadsheet, I have to look at it myself, and I have to identify a couple things, and I have to do all that. For years, the discussion was, where am I going to find time to do this? That's still a problem. But the discussion now has moved to, this isn't good for kids anymore, because now I'm working so far and hard into the evening, data for the sake of data, that now I'm not planning the lessons I used to plan. I got teachers at these corrective action schools, whatever we call it, where DOE's crawling all over them, where they're writing in their plan books 3-4 hours a day. And they say, when am I doing the part where I actually help children? And I got teachers going doing these DRLAs where they're analyzing this thing for hours. Well, I couldn't plan the lesson with that time. I'm no longer complaining that I'm still working at 5 o'clock. I'm not complaining I'm working at 8 o'clock in the evening. Okay? But now it's a matter of the stuff I'm doing isn't helping kids at all. I'm producing data for the sake of volume and stuff. We know the board this year listened on standardized testing. We know at least one of the board members has already gone off quite eloquently about we're collecting data, there's no time to do it. All right? This whole data-driven instruction, we'd like to focus it towards student-driven instruction. Collect what you need, not what you can. All right? So, well, maybe we hear from your team or some more on my team. What can we do about this?
I think the district is doing it as far as elementary. Obviously, secondary would love to see it more as well. Really look at what needs to be done and what doesn't need to be done. Case in point, when we spent hours. Actually, it took 2 to 3 days to do the 7th and 9th park test, where we practiced the writing test for park, and then we didn't even use park as a test. I mean, a really hard look at what, and the students lost 3 days of instructional time for something that the state didn't even, and I know that Brevard we're always trying to look ahead so that we can stay ahead, and I appreciate that. But it's a hard look at what is absolutely necessary and what is not necessary. And that's not only going to cut things off of the teachers' plates, but that is going to give the students more learning time, which they deserve. And I think that's something that probably could be worked on from both sides of the table, especially if we're going to continue to come back to the table. And that's why I think it's so important for us to keep communication year-round. This is not necessary. Well, what do you think about this?
Would not make this up.
Is it okay if I share something from a parent perspective?
Yeah.
Okay. I have 3 children that attend Enterprise Elementary with me. My son, who is 12 years old, who will be going to Edgewood next year, 5 years ago, I guess that's 5 years ago, 4 years ago, when he entered 2nd grade, which was a big year where a lot of new standardized, well, not standardized, but different assessments were brought to the table. He came home to me and said, I hate 2nd grade. All we do is test. And all we do is get worksheets so that the teacher can do assessments. You know, I mean, that was from the mouth of babes.
To that end, I'll offer this, some real positive, encouraging words from your side of the table this time of year would really come in handy. This weekend I had I was put in a position where I was hanging out with a lot of teachers, and this is right after Florida Today's announcement about the scores on Friday, and a lot of teachers I talked to are just dead certain that they're going to be going back to even more data collection, because everybody's going to want to know why did scores fall and how much data can we gather to make sure that doesn't happen again. And you're talking about it. It's a month before school starts, and we've already got demoralized teachers. So giving some positive spin to this would be a very good thing. And not saying spin, but some honest language that they can go in and say, with the idea that they're going to be teaching kids. Because I might suggest that part of the reason for grade slipping is that teachers are spending more time gathering data than teaching students. It's the scales tipped.
I'm gonna slip off the data and go to grading papers in 607 and something that teachers have been asking me to say to you, because we're on the topic, and that is just grading papers and being a teacher and having 140 papers to grade and have just 3 minutes for each paper if you're an English teacher.
1.5 minutes.
Okay, 1.5 minutes
per week.
1.5 minutes per student per week if you're an English teacher. That's 420 minutes divided 60 minutes. That's 7 hours, or times 60 minutes, or 7 hours for each assignment that you give per student, or per assignment. It's 4.5, and you have 4.5 hours of planning a week. You've got 7 hours for each assignment that you give out if you're an English teacher. Plus the data collection, plus the planning, plus the grading the papers. Maybe if you have a family, you gotta find time for them. And then, the plan book that has to include everything that is required. It's overwhelming, and you know where your teachers are, Jim. You know where your teachers are, Deborah. I mean, it sucks. And that's why I was where I was last week when we were
Here.
here.
From an ex-ed point of view, I know I have a PE class, and I've talked to a lot of my ex-ed friends. The ex-ed teachers, they not only
a couple of folks here talked about RTI. Jim, you'll remember this, and well, most of your team will remember this. I was going to say most of your team will remember this. A couple years ago, we sat in a freezing library at Edgewood, and we read some results of an RTI survey because we actually brought this to the table. We surveyed teachers, and it was new back then. It was relative. It was the first or second year that we were doing it, and it was kind of a shock to the system. And now it's almost become a numbness to the system. That, you know, in the past, teacher using their professional skills would notice, wow, this kid needs some help, and they go up and get them help. And now, thanks to some wisdom out of Washington, we go through 6 volumes of paperwork before we get them any help. It might be a year.
Or two.
A year
Or two, yeah, I might have been optimistic saying a year. We thought back then that the strategy was that the teacher would just let the year ride out, give up, collect enough data, the kid would never be tested, and we'd have fewer IEPs down the road. Or we thought that's what the feds were wanting, not what we wanted.
So,
Maybe it's time to revisit this. Are we at solution of one of the?
so that's why I wondered if we were kind of getting to solutions. If you
Right.
guys had language that you wanted to propose, if you wanted to recommend that we gather a committee, very much like we did with the
I heard Jen
elementary
say
ed
something
project
about-
team. You've also got the superintendent advisory council that meets and tackles these kinds of issues and can bring forward some recommendations perhaps when you meet in more detail. And I know, Vanessa, you mentioned performance matters, some of that being based on principal's discretion. It sounds to me like that's something the steering committee would suggest. I don't know if you have a proposal for a solution to that, but if not, I mean, everybody certainly understands and recognizes and appreciates where all of you are coming from in terms of the data collection and the tediousness and is it meaningful, those types of things. Performance Matters is a tool designed to try to help those things. Came as about as the learning, it was a part of the learning management system concept that we originally proposed in the beginning with Race to the Top. It's just taken longer than we had all hoped to get to fruition. But I think some of what you're feeling concerned about may be relieved by that. I do agree that we have to though manage it as it's implemented, and I think you mentioned too that maybe we can't just roll something out there and say, there it goes, on down the road, but continue to look at how that's going and what we need to tweak along the way. So maybe that's something for a longer term discussion when we meet again in the fall. I don't know. What do you want?
How did that standardized testing group get together and work? Who were they under the direction of? How did they? What committee was that made? Who made up that
Dr.
group?
Spadaccini coordinated that effort.
And what
Because
she
it was
went
primarily
to?
an elementary issue. It came
She
about.
went to who? She grabbed the volunteer teachers. She grabbed principals. Who did she grab?
It really came from one of the superintendent's visits at one of our elementary schools, where the teachers just said, this is a real issue. Dr. Bingley came back, talked to Mrs. Van Meter, Dr. Spadaccini. The next day, they went and met with a group of teachers at that school. And then they looked at for volunteers across some elementary schools to pull together a team. I mean, we could certainly look at something like that again, or either do a subcommittee of the superintendent's advisory council. We have a day-long meeting in August planned, the second week of school. So it'll be a chance where people have had a chance to kind of look at performance matters. We can pull together a subcommittee there. You know, I don't know. What is it
Well, let me say something
positive.
positive. Well, let's see. I'll make it positive. It might go negative, but we're going to end up positive. Okay.
Good.
For years and years and years, we talked about too much testing, too much testing. All right. The superintendent goes out to a school, and some teachers get to him, and it's almost like, oh, really? Why didn't anyone tell me this? We've been saying this for years. So we appreciate, okay, now let me get to the positive. We appreciate that someone heard. I didn't start very positively. But, well, I'm positive. That's how we feel. So we got to the point where somebody recognized it was a real problem. Sometimes it takes an inordinate amount of effort for someone to realize it's a real problem. Perhaps you could talk to Dr. Spadaccini and see if she couldn't recreate those efforts. Get a team together with a similar charge to what they had to with standardized testing, but look at data collection. I think at the very least, here I go with data collection and self-data collection. At the very least, we should know what every school is doing. Because I think you'll find that requirements are different from school to school from there. I think you'll find some principals a little more active in the prepare me a spreadsheet routine. Some of the weekly data meetings will have more elementary schools, they got these weekly data meetings. Some are a little more intense than others. Some are, we're gonna check in and talk about a group of kids. Some are, we're gonna go in with our spreadsheets and count tick marks, right?
And you do recognize that there are some things that are part of that, you know, we can blame the legislature, we can blame the federal government, whatever. I mean, RTI is not an option. And when we have schools in DA and under state review, some of those things are not optional. So I still think we can talk about how we do it and making it meaningful and reasonable.
I think what you'll find is that, yes, we have things we have to do, but you're gonna find some best practices out there. And if we could compile those best practices and find what has to be done versus what we're doing because we can do it, we're gonna get some consistency and make some headway. I don't think I need to bring contract language right now if you tell me that you'll pursue that. But Jim, you and I already talked about if this becomes, when this becomes an ongoing process, we'll just meet up in the fall and we'll see what the progress is on that and see if we still believe that we don't need contract language. Fair enough? Now, while we're talking about Dr. Spadaccini, she had some of us had a mission to go track her down and talk about interim reports.
Yes, I talked to her.
Okay. You wanna tell?
Let me finish my note.
Okay.
Follow up what we talked about. Okay. Interim reports, Dan. Talked to Mrs. Spadaccini, and at first she was a little perplexed on why elementary folks felt compelled to have to write comments, because they're not required to write comments. However, she hypothesized that many elementary principals, elementary teachers feel compelled to write comments. So there's not a requirement to make comments. And so following, if you feel, and I know that we were addressing, who's remember that just left? Steph.
Yeah.
She was the one that said that she was required to make comments.
Jim, they all have to make comments. I'm not kidding about that. They all have to make, they have to submit them to the principals read them over, the principals will check the grammar.
I'm not saying that secondary has to do that, so I'll defer to.
No, I'm sorry,
somebody.
elementary, they all have to put in
I'm
their
just telling
comments.
you what Lynn told me. Now, on interim reports, they did not have to make comments.
Secondary, they can kind of,
What's that?
Mine, or option.
Your option.
Teacher wanted to make comments, fine. They did, no problem.
well, thank you,
And then-
Eric.
and what okay, so you asked me to look into
Good,
it.
thank you.
You asked me to look into it, and I'm telling you officially, the district's stance on this is that it's optional. It's whatever the teacher would like to do at the elementary level.
Okay,
So now
well,
it's a matter of where we were, where we spoke that we were confused because you have to put grades into Edline. You hit Edline, you run your interim report, and there's nothing really else you have to do other than pass them out to the kids. So we're in the position that we want to keep interim reports in this district. We just want to. And through your own admission, through some of your folks' own admission, that the only reason they updated Edline was because they had to do interim reports.
do we admit that?
Oh, yeah, we heard it.
I didn't admit that.
Yeah, there's one right there.
Two.
So,
Don't admit that's all.
so we're at that point where we see a need, and
Let me see if I captured what you said now. You said the district, well, you're speaking for the district. Comments on the interims are optional, it's up to the teacher.
up to the teacher.
So what am I going to tell a teacher who says, my principal just told me I have to do it?
You're gonna make a call at me, and I'm gonna set it straight.
All right,
I can do that.
hold on, take the date and time, all right.
But we're gonna continue to issue interim reports.
What's your spirit? I think it's best practice.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot of my teachers get together as a grade level. If they have something they need, a grade level, it's a grade level concern. They don't do one blanket statement across on an interim report, like if there's an activity coming up, field trip stuff, but it's basically a cut and paste kind of announcement. There's nothing usually specific unless a teacher wants to request a conference, where it just says to a parent, can you please give me a call, requesting a conference for, just as an alert.
Well, I'm not trying to stop that kind of thing. Understand, it's never my purpose. If a teacher
No,
needs to put
I'm just
comments or
telling you what
grade
we do.
level, sure. Jim, what you said though is this kind of thing that makes us say, okay, we don't need contract language if you're, when you say that kind of comment. So I want folks to realize that's sort of thing that we put in our reports and our bargaining notes or sort of thing. We'll say, here's agreements we have at the table. We don't need language for this, but here's a clarification that we got. And so you're telling me that the district policy is that comments on interims are not required. If the principal were to require them of the staff, notify HR, and HR will tell the principal they're not required. Because here and there we have an issue, here and there. I won't name schools, but here and there we have the principal, well, yeah, okay, it's not a district requirement, but it is at this place. And pride is a good thing. I'm not trying to pick on a school, but here and there we get that. So we want to make sure we're treating everyone all right. Okay, how about we go back to, all right, let's get a big one. I'm sorry, do we need break?
Anything we can check off, so we know where we are?
Sure. Jessica, you want to check off? We talked about interims. We talked about data collection. We can probably check, we talked about ROTC. Doesn't mean we're necessarily done. We talked about ROTC and the triple Cs. As part of our offer. We talked about
Your
ACs.
school improvement plan might require it.
We talked about salary. We talked about health. We touched on them. I wouldn't cross them off. Just check that we hit them.
I'll show. I'll go back to this. I'll go back to this communication.
Yeah. Let's get to a big one, because if we don't, we're not doing a service to what we got to do. Okay? And that is 6 to 7. We talked last time about the idea that we didn't want to be brought into that mess to begin with, but we were, and we did, and we went along with it. And you guys would like to take it out of the contract, and we agreed maybe it shouldn't have even been in the contract to begin with. But here it is. And we put up a proposal that we said the outside of the contract, the board, in making their strategic plan, should make it a goal to get every school, get every teacher to 2 periods of planning. And we just came up with one idea. We said maybe, okay, you got a lot of teachers out there. We talked last time about 3 groups of teachers. We talked about elementary school teachers. They'd rather see raised generally. Secondary get planning.
And you did a nice job presenting.
Well, thank you. Secondary, that's the big issue, is at 5 to 7.
That's right.
We have activity teachers, they don't want me coming to the table convincing you to go back to 6-period day and wipe out
That's
their jobs.
job. Right. Now, I thought you nailed it. That's the 3 groups that certainly have conflicting interests.
Okay? And then you talked about, we put up a plan that was 14 million, and then you suggested, you reminded us, it wasn't contract language, you kind of friendly reminder said, by the way, if we come up with a plan that spends 14 million, that comes out of the operating, which is the same as the raise, which is the same as everything else. But you made an interesting comment in there. You said, there's ways to get more planning. You're going to regret ever saying this, but you said there's ways to get more planning without 2 periods of planning, without spending 14 million. That was intriguing. So we invite you to tell us what they are, or what the board might be ready to do, or what the board could do. Because remember, I have to be able to go back to teachers and explain what the heck happened. And I'd like to be able to tell them that there's some hope, that something besides thank you, we like you, and good luck. We want want to be able to say the board's doing something towards planning.
Okay. I'm not ready to talk about it.
Nope. We are.
I know. But I can come next Wednesday prepared to talk about it. I just know that we're very much interested in helping you all, helping ourselves get to a point where everyone is equitable with planning time. And we're looking at the teacher day, the teacher work day, to see if maybe perhaps we can get more planning time for you all. We don't mind putting that in the strategic plan.
Do you have a strategic plan coming up? A meeting? Is that part of the board meeting on Tuesday?
The next one's typically in the fall, September,
I saw it on the agenda.
or next week. We just approved the agenda this morning.
Did you look at this?
No, I didn't look at it.
I was gonna say, it's just been posted this afternoon, and the same meeting I looked at today.
There was something up last week.
Like just the shell? Just the shell of it?
Of the strategic plan, or something
It
on
just
the
listed
agenda?
they were having a special meeting and a workshop. Well, on the,
We had
when we
that.
did the first budget book, that strategic plan and the budget,
Mhm.
so it usually coincides with us, but I guess not really the public hearings, it must be just that first workshop. And so that was whatever it is.
This is 25th.
26th.
26th. I say 26th. Jim, here's what I need you to know. We talked a lot about, I want teachers coming back, seeing a good contract, being happy about their job, morale going up. I mean, it's our goal. And I spent inordinate amount of time last time talking about that. We're gonna show them their health plan. They're gonna come out of their skin. Co-pays for that, but they're gonna see their health plan, and it's gonna be a shock to the system. Then they're going to see the salary. I can't show them what we're showing. Yes, I appreciate y'all structure, we're making progress, I can't. Okay? They can kill me, but there's gonna be another union after, I can't show them. And then they're gonna say, okay, and we're all back on 5-7, right? And I gotta have something to tell them besides, boy, the district told me how much they appreciate your hard work. I gotta have something I give them. All right, now, we wanna wrap this up, so, give me something.
Well, my something right now, and like I say, we can go back and have further discussion, but my something right now, my immediate something right now is we'll put it in the strategic plan, and we'll look for more planning time during the teacher workday. That's my immediate reaction. But
Okay.
you put it up there, and you've asked me, your wants are for your teachers to be happy.
Yes, I want teachers to be in the contract. Yes,
can-
I don't
can
mean to
come
mock
back-
you.
Yeah, I can come back next
you're right.
Wednesday and discuss it a little further, but, I mean, I'm just right now listening to make sure I understand and, you know, I don't have an answer for all of those things that they're on that laundry list because they're brand new to me, but 6 of 7 want teachers to be happy.
I want something, right.
They're not happy, you're saying they're not happy right now with their insurance premium, they're not happy with the raise that we offer, salary raise that is, and they're not happy with the fact that they have to teach 6 of 7.
Correct.
However, your elementary people though might be happy there and your activities and elective teachers. are
I'm
not.
saying for some teachers, that's not their most urgent priority.
Right.
But I got secondary took the brunt of that half penny thing. I have to redo it all. I mean, they took the brunt of it.
Let me ask you this. I get what you all are asking for. And I will certainly go back, and I've got a couple of days before we come back to the table on Wednesday to solve the problem. I'm not a god, though. I'm not going to be able to make all 3 employee groups that you listed up there happy. At some point, there's going to be somebody that's a winner on that list and somebody that's a loser. We'll put it in strategic plan. But have you all given consideration, or are you ready to TA our proposal that we passed across the table about getting 6 of 7 out of the contract? You had said you didn't want it there, we don't want it there. but where are you with what we've passed across the table, and have you all discussed whether or not you can TA that right now? We know what it is that you want, you're leaving that planning, we're leaving planning in there, but we just want to get the 6 or 7 out of it.
Yeah, I get, that's gonna be one of those, we need to see what's gonna happen.
So that's on hold until I come back to you next Wednesday with,
We want something actually in a plan.
is
That this is what we're
strategic
gonna work
plan
towards.
good enough for you guys?
Mhm.
All right. Wants to.
Now, here's the thing, because you made a good point last time. You said, look, I need everyone to realize, or I mean, this is trying to paraphrase what you said, trying to channel your thoughts. You said, look, I need everyone to realize here, if we put all this money into 2 plans, that's money that could be raises. When we surveyed our membership this year, and it was tough, it was divisive. And I'm giving you an understatement when I say it was divisive. All right? You've got some folks out there that want the money. And that may hold true at elementary school as well. You know, if we could go to elementary school teachers and say, hey, we can buy you a couple activities, an activity teacher, get you out of recess. Some folks might say, you know what, I don't need that, I'd just rather have the money. So we might be working towards site-based decision. Just like block scheduling became a site-based decision, where it could be homegrown if we're gonna go do this model, 3 out of 4 and 6 out of 8 a year. We might get to a point where the money's there and a principal can go to a faculty and say, do we want to be a 5 to 7 school and put our money into more staff, or do we want to be a 6 to 7 school and put our money into your pockets? And it's playing right into what the law wants. It's playing right into what the law wants with differentiated pay and more difficult assignments. So this, if the board can help us out there, show a commitment to get there at some point, then you're giving me at least something I can go to teachers and say, look, we wanted that sentence out, we got that sentence out, but here's what we got instead. I mean, it's old-fashioned horse swap and negotiating, but I'm in a spot where that's what I got to do.
You know, what I was whispering to Mrs. Pace is this. It's not any, I understand what it is that you want. I was just making sure that I don't know if I have the authority to write language for the strategic plan by next Wednesday. That's all I was asking. So I understand what your wants are, and I don't want to mislead you or anybody that I would have language for the strategic plan ready to go for you to say, yes, that looks wonderful, because I don't know if I'm in a position to do that. That's not a task that's assigned to me in HR. We will do what we need to do to find out from that person who is in charge of the strategic plan, which, you know, their assignments given to associate superintendents, to see if we can do and bring something to you all that could be used for the strategic plan, okay? That's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm tasked with, and I've got homework for Wednesday, July 23rd. That's
All right.
All right.
We're done nickel dime stuff now. You're a good
Let's
listener.
clear the list.
You ready?
Let's clear the list.
Let's clear the list. All right.
It's raining, ain't nobody.
Comp time. Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
It's really pouring, so.
All right. Here's what we get on comp time.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear this.
Teachers get to use, contract says teachers get to use 2 full school days.
Yep.
All right, as I said, they build up their comp time, they get to use 2 full school days. Here and there, you'll get a teacher who says, I gotta leave at, Jim, I gotta leave 2 o'clock today. Okay, my hours are from 2 to 3:30. I'm leaving, okay? I have to go, it's not an option, I'm going to the doctor, I have to go. Principal's gonna have to get a sub, gonna have to get coverage, gonna have to get something. If you wanna be mean and tell me it's sick leave, I still have to go. Okay, I gotta go. All right. Just let me use my comp I got principals out there saying you can only take a full day.
What?
I got principals out there saying, yes, I do. I appreciate the looks, but yes, I
Say
do.
that one more time.
I got
Principals
principals.
can only use comp time by taking it a full day?
I'd say full day or half day. They're saying, some say full day, some say only 4 hours at a time. If I'm gonna be out on in-service day, I'm really gonna be out. I really did schedule my procedure with the doctor because my value was I'd rather not miss student time.
All right.
Teachers don't get this, and I have no good explanation for me. They said, I'd rather not miss contact time with students. You know, I'm trying to do right by kids here. So I'm missing a day, you know, what would be a very easy day. It's not that hard to go to work on in-service day, or I just gotta sit and watch someone else teach. I scheduled my medical, let me use comp time. Principals will say no. Let me use my comp time.
All right.
I'm not gonna be there.
Yeah. All right.
All right, don't make it so an hour and a half, I can't use it.
Okay.
That's what we're asking for. Give me the freedom to use the stuff that I built up.
Now, the first scenario that you gave us, that's why everyone was aghast over here at this table, because I can almost certainly speak, again, you can put it in writing if you want. I won't put it in the contract, but you can put it in your notes, and I'll put it in my notes, that if there's ever a time where a principal tells a teacher that they've got to use a full day of comp time to take an hour or 30 minutes to go to the doctor, that's certainly something that needs to be brought to HR's department. Is that what he knows?
I think he's saying that they're only allowed to use them out and full day or half day increments.
Correct.
Right.
That's what we're being told.
No, that they're not.
I may want to caucus with my group over that, just to make sure that I'm clear. It won't take long. Dan, the second scenario.
I need covered 6th and 7th period.
Yeah.
Can I use my comp time? No, not for that. Comp time's for a full day. Comp time, I can't buy a sub for 6th and 7th period. You're using sick leave.
I see. Now, if you're
Seems
talking
like, come
about
on
them
now.
having to buy a sub, that's absolutely correct, because now we've got written in the contract about half days for substitutes and full days for substitutes, right? It won't be in the contract, but that's,
But let us talk about it.
Is that anything I even need to know? No, you can't
If you
talk.
give us 10 minutes to talk about it, I
Not let you
think we
talk.
can figure this
but I want to
out.
address this, the
You
second.
talk all you want,
scenario.
we're not leaving.
Second scenario is this, and I know that at this table, I'm older than Larry Finch. And I know that, yes, if I want to be older than you today, I'm older than you. I've got more years' experience than Larry Finch on your team. And it has always been a practice. You could never take comp time on an in-service day, because the district has a financial obligation to the folks that they've contracted to, whether it be contractors that we're bringing in to do and deliver in-service, which is, we've spent money for professional development. It's always been explained to me, even as my beginning teacher, that it is a best practice that if you want to take the day off, you're going to have to take a charge to sit, a charge of person. Always. I was never allowed, and I am certain that we would never, ever, ever begin to spend money foolishly and then allow teachers to take professional development days, which are designed and set up for just that, in which they could then take a day off using comp time. Second one, we will not even begin to even negotiate on. I mean, we'll negotiate it, but I'm telling you no. First one, though, I'd like to think that we could spend a minute or two discussing, and that's what I'm trying to get clarification on. I think we can solve that. Do you want us to go and listen to some more in case we have to caucus over some other things before we do that, or do you want to?
Well, I'll give you one more. I mean, is it one more we can say, oh, okay, it's two more, we can say we touch on everything.
Yep.
No, exit.
Right.
What's discretionary?
Discretionary exit units.
That's discretionary exit units?
No, we got comp time, we check comp time. Discretionary time,
Well, you can leave a little question mark, because that's still hanging out there that we need
Right,
get
well,
back.
some, well, right, the check mark doesn't mean they're done, there's a lot of them are still out there. Like, most of them are still out there. But, discretionary time,
Discretionary time.
y'all took that from us at an impasse. We got back somehow the, day between semesters,
That was last year's contract.
and we'll take back a day each contract, we should have back the last day of the year. This year, we left it that principals, if it was their culture to allow it, they were allowed to do it.
Tell me again, what is it now?
It's the last day of the year,
Yeah, what is it?
post-planning day.
What do you want?
We want that to be, if a teacher's done, they may, at their discretion, they may work off-site. Work at their discretion. I have teachers that are done with their work, they checked out, they did their whole checkout list, they stayed late every day of exam day. And some principals said, you have to be here, HR said so. You know how to say it.
All right, we'll talk about it. So you're wanting the 8 hours, you're wanting the 8 hours at the end of the day, at the end of the year to be yours.
To work at our
To
discretion.
work at your discretion.
We got work we gotta do when we get it done, if we happen to be working off-site. Because we already work on-site overtime.
We worked all week getting our work done so we could be working.
So we could work
Work
on-site.
at home, so we could work at home that last day.
We are unpacking our cars, we are putting it in the, I was gonna say in the freezer, we're putting it in the garage.
freezer.
We're taking our,
Unpacking our boxes and back at home.
we are sorting, we're gonna put in 100 hours in the summer. We'd like to work that day off-site. If it's a light summer.
Yeah.
Hey, Dan. All right.
Well, and again, this is all stuff, this is all nickel dime stuff. If we agree in principle, we'll just come back and slap together the language on that. We'll figure that out. I don't have examples.
That's where I was going to next. Are you proposing that you're gonna bring me language for the contract, or how are we?
Well, yeah, let's hear, well, let's hear if we agree in principle, then I can put together language. I know y'all want to talk about it. If we agree in
All right.
principle, we'll put together language, and we'll see if the language matches what we agree to. Ex-ed units goes with, if you move the ex-ed unit out of the school, you give teachers the first chance to follow the kids. It happened in a couple schools this year. A couple teachers were disappointed. A unit went from this school to over there, and then that principal went and hired new teachers. And some of the teachers said, I've been with these kids for a couple of years, y'all move my unit, let me go follow the kids.
Ex-ed unit, teacher follows kids. It's moved.
Now, with that said, we've got a list of other things that our empowerment group put together. Just a few more on there. I'm willing to say, we'll get to this during the year. Nice of me, right? So we could sit here until September. No, we could get to this during the year. If we agree, we'll come back a couple times during the year. And this will give us a reason to check up on whatever we did, see how it's all going.
Can I ask for clarification on something, the last one? I had a self-contained unit here at Vieira High School. Kids roll up, they leave Kennedy, or they're leaving Air, they leave Delora, and they're coming to our self-contained unit. I have a teacher there. How would then the teacher who is at Delora or at?
No. That's not the example.
Give me the example.
Let's suppose from district, they decide that your self-contained ex-ed unit is going to move to Rockledge High. And the students that had been coming here, right, they might be with that same teacher, 9 through 12. Some of them, even after 12th grade, they graduate, they could be here till age 21, 22, something like that. All right? So let's just, for whatever reason, Vieira decides, or the district decides, we're going to move that unit to Rockledge High. That teacher that knows those children should have first option to go to Rockledge High, follow the kids. Now, with that said, that was an example. Don't hit the press that you're moving your unit, but that's all.
What if they were condensing the unit? Like Rockledge High had the unit and this school had the unit, but you have as many kids.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily be the unit moving. That would be,
Well,
I mean, hey, if there's.
no, you're eliminating it here.
If
and
two
sending-
jobs are
sending
merging
to-
into one, I gotta be reasonable. The unit can't hire both teachers if there's only one job left. I know that.
Okay.
We're not gonna beat you over that. But we had a case this year where a couple of units, I won't call out schools, it's not that hard to figure it out. The entire unit went from here to there, for whatever reason. And some teachers were really sad. They know these kids, why didn't I get to go with them? But that's a good point, Dr. Wynn, I'm not looking to force you to hire a couple extra teachers if you don't have the need.
Okay.
Yes, Jason? Oh, no, not Jason, Debbie.
This list of stuff was put together by a lot of teachers this year. And Dan has hit on the most important things. So a lot of time and a lot of energy was put together by a lot of teachers. And these are the most important things that we've hit on. So don't think that this is just Dan or just the bargaining team that has given you this list. This is the teachers of Brevard County that has given you this list. And we've given you the most important ones in the most important order. So I just want you to know that that's where this is coming from, not just the bargaining team.
I believe that we can get some of the most important things done if you'll let us caucus for about 10 minutes. I think we can make some people happen.
You ever feel like we're on a plan to keep talking, stall as far as you can? All right.
Hey, man, I gotta work till 5:30, so,
Who's coming? Anything else? I'm just firing this up to take a picture of the.
All right.
I'm listening if you'll deal with it.
oh, you're listening? Okay.
Yeah, I am listening. I just want to take a picture of that list. Well, you know what? I'll give it to you. I don't need it.
All right.
Oh, there's a photographer. Matthew Brady got it.
I'll email it to you.
Thank you.
I'll tell you later because my internet's
Okay. Debbie
Sir.
and Dan, we take your all's list very, very seriously. We understand too, Dan, that there are other things, and Debbie, that there are other things that we're gonna come back periodically through the fall to discuss, because they're not as important as what you wanna get to today. To recap, interim reports, Dan, we're gonna continue to keep interim reports. Teacher comments are optional. All right, so we've got that done. My homework is to look at the planning time and bring you back some type of language for strategic planning. Comp time. We discussed it. What do you all think of this idea? We will allow teachers to use comp time in blocks as small as 2 hours if they find their own coverage. We will provide coverage if comp time is used in 4-hour blocks or more.
So what about the 2 to 4 block? I'm trying to follow your plan here. If it's 0 to 2, we find coverage. If it's 4 or more, you'll find coverage. Did I follow your plan?
Well, I think that
So what happens if I need, so I need a 3, so I need a 3-hour.
What you're saying, if it's 3 hours, so then we could go,
What happens if, did your plan account for that? Did your,
what's that?
That's not before I thought.
Right.
It's 2 hours.
It's like 4.
Yeah, within in 2-hour increments,
Right.
up to 4, you find your own coverage.
Did you all hear that?
Or we find.
is that your plan? I mean, is that what you're giving us?
Giving you. It's not.
So it's, okay, so we decided we're going to. So you're saying smallest increment is 2 hours? I just want to capture this here.
Smallest, yeah. Now, Dan, we won't agree to, and this is what we want you all to understand, is that comp time, no comp time for any professional development time. Now, I remember clearly when we started talking years ago about early release day, I remember you saying that we would never ever we'll never ever take comp time for early release day. And we agreed to that. Because those are professional development days, or those are days for teachers to use at their discretion to grade papers, to have meetings with their PLCs or with their CMAs, or to do whatever it is that they want to do. It's their time. We don't want to give comp time for early release, and we're not giving comp time for in-service days. We have a district obligation and a financial obligation that we have committed to for those professional development days.
All right, not saying I agree, but I understand your,
Well, you
what you're
have to
saying.
agree that you said what you said about early release. I remember that clearly. That was huge for us.
We're talking about earlier.
When we negotiated.
I'm talking about past years.
Yes.
Okay,
we
you know, I
negotiated-
didn't say
Yes.
something at 3 o'clock.
We
there.
negotiated
Gotcha.
2 or 3 years ago for early release. It was clearly implied, it was clearly stated by you that this union would not want to use comp time during early release days. That's not what the intent of us asking for early release days.
We weren't trying to make early release so we all go home early.
Right,
not what we were
that's
trying to
right.
do. You okay?
Okay. Discretionary time. What do you think of what we have here? We will allow the teachers the use of the 8 hours to be planning at their discretion, as long as everything is done or completed before the last student day. It's basically giving you what you want.
Yeah, we weren't trying to get out, we weren't trying to get out of that obligation.
So yes, we're saying, yeah, go ahead, Lynn.
By the last student day, right? You're
Yeah.
saying, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We will allow teachers the use of the 8 hours to be planning at their discretion as long as everything is done or completed before the last student day.
Before the end of the last student day.
Yeah, by the
That's
end.
what I
By
the end of the
Everything
lesson.
is done, completed by,
The end, yeah.
by.
Yeah, we weren't trying to use discretionary time to get out of
Right,
the end of the year responsibilities.
right,
As in where are your grades?
yeah.
Well, I took discretionary time, you're not getting my grades.
And I didn't imply it to
We're not trying
me
do
like that, but you know what I'm
Although
saying? I
that's-
felt like we needed to.
That is the American dream, but no, we weren't trying to do that.
Now, the ex-ed unit stuff, we're going to want to talk to Dr. Fetty, Dr. Jaworski, and to Pam Treadwell. There are ex-ed experts out at the district. We want to ask them we felt as a team, we didn't have a problem with the unit going to the new school if that's.
The teacher.
But the teacher, yeah, the teacher being, following the unit where it goes. But we really need to find out from our experts why that has become a practice, or if it's just something that's a one-off and it happened one time, and these are the reasons why. Right. Now,
I'm honestly curious about that. I mean, as are a lot of teachers. There was a shuffle this year. We know there was a new person, Dr. Bobarski was new in her position. She has a vision, she's moving some things around. And we're wondering, is this part of a 2-year, 3-year, rollout, or was it just, we just want to put everything in place and now it's done,
Right.
and this won't happen again? So we're curious, like you are, to know.
Right, and that's what I just need to find out, and I will look into that for next Wednesday. Dan, I've said to you, at least with interim reports, that I'll hold the principals accountable for the comments section for interim reports.
Got that thing.
All right, but this is what I would like for you to hold your teachers accountable for. And this is a real scenario, we're not making this up. The last day of school this year, the principal allowed teachers the 8 hours discretionary. Teachers from that school took their 8 hours, and they went to a restaurant, and they started drinking pretty heavily. And then the taxpayers called the principal, and then called the district, and said, why are we observing your old faculty out at a bar drinking and hooting it up when we're paying them to be at school the last day, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, we had to deal with that as a public relations piece on our end. So what we're saying to you is this. We've agreed to the discretionary time, but if something like that were to occur, then just like you're going to call me if my principals don't do what they're doing with their comments or their lack of making teachers, but I'm going to hold you calling those people in and saying, knock it off. If you're going to use discretionary time to do what it is that you need to do, we're paying you to plan, or we're paying you to do whatever it is that we're needing you to do, then we don't need to be out in public embarrassing the fact that I'm now going to answer for that.
All right, I appreciate this comment. I want to make sure everyone hears this clearly, and you'll understand what
Yeah.
don't take this negatively. I mean, you'll understand. But I want to make sure, because there's a lot of people watching and hearing and whatnot. I hear what you're saying, and I agree, that's an issue. We don't want people at the mall when they're supposed to be work discretionary time, we don't want that abused. Certainly don't want people drunk in public when school's in session, you know, and then hiding behind our contract. Okay, I hear that. You've told me you want me to hold my teachers accountable. There's a different relationship between you're an HR director, you have principals that you direct. I'm a union vice president. I don't direct my teachers. I can educate, I can talk to folks, I can give best practice, I can tell my whole membership, I can tell the whole bargaining unit that this is what we agreed at the table, these are issues, these are problems. You can pull aside a principal and say, I'm a director, I'm giving you direction.
You're
I can't
right.
pull aside my teacher
I don't
and
mean
say,
for you to manage them.
knock it off.
I think I know what you're right. Maybe you managing them is a strong term, but I think you get what I'm saying. That
Yeah.
there is some accountability here, and I know at the end of the day, it rests with us managers to do that tough job. But you get what our sensitivities are.
I
That you
hear you.
understand what it is that we're trying to.
I absolutely hear you on that, and I could pledge to you, we're gonna do our best education campaign, you know, and pieces to inform people, make sure everyone
I mean,
is knowledgeable of the problem, but I can't.
It's very tough
get
for our
what I'm saying.
superintendent to have the answer to that.
I hear you. We all hear you. Is it worth pulling our calendars out and, I mean, we're gonna give it a shot on the 23rd.
Yeah,
We are.
Before we pull out our calendar, let's just, we want, because Barry is going to pass out two things that we want you all, first of all, it's anything that we want him to do right now. We're passing out language that basically shows where we are right now in with our negotiations. What's left with our negotiations.
This is
our
from
list.
your original package.
That's right, this is our original stuff. Now, we went through your list today, but remember, grievances we TA'd today.
Right.
The very first thing that you see today, we TA'd, so that's,
Mhm.
but everything else,
And we TA, bottom, I'm looking at number 11 at the bottom. We cleaned up that language on the 37.5.
Yep.
so that's a TA. So next time when we come on Wednesday, I want to clean up my little to-do list.
Okay.
We're not going to do it today because everybody's tired.
Big thing is 6 and 7, we know that. I like your little chart.
So that's something that we will want to lead off with on next
Okay.
Wednesday. Now, what we have given across the table, we want you to read it, so that way we're not having you read it on the day of.
Okay, this is homework, reading assignment?
Yeah. Bottom line is this, Dan, when we apply for grants, and we receive those grants and get award money for grants, this is a good thing for you guys, this is what we're bringing it, is that we would like to propose that we not have to pay teachers the regular base salary of what, $17 and some odd cents, I can't remember the cents, that we could maybe pay them a little more. But it has to be negotiated. So we want you to take a look at that language, so that when we come back next Wednesday, hopefully that'll be something that you'll agree to immediately, and we can TA that.
I mean, this sounds like,
It's a
really haven't
no-brainer.
heard this before. This sounds like simple enough to say this is our rate of pay
But I
in the
want you to-
contract.
yeah, but I want you to
Unless
read it.
a grant offers something different,
That's right.
so we go to the grant
We
rate.
just want to be able to pay in accordance with.
But we have to,
Okay.
we have to
Because
be
the
able
grant's
to,
approved by the board.
Okay, yeah.
that's an
Okay.
easy one. That's a real easy one, because that's
Let's
gonna be
hope.
paying you guys what we're bound to in our
We'll
contract.
pay us more. All right, but yeah, we'll digest, okay? We're
All right.
digesting, folks?
Okay,
Oh,
calendars?
hey, Jim, I love it that we're determined for the 23rd.
Hold on, I'm getting my calendar.
But just in case, let's have it back up. First up, the 23rd, I'll be prepared to go later than 4 if necessary. If we're close, I mean, if we're within an hour, let's just say an hour. But if we,
Okay, we've got scheduled on the 23rd, 8 to 4.
okay,
Are you saying that you want to go longer if we're,
if we feel we're close and we're just wrapping it up, then we can play that by ear.
all right?
If we feel like, okay, we gotta go digest and think on it somewhere, or you guys have the 24th, 25th?
No, we have the 23rd, just the 23rd.
No, I meant if you need it, that if we did not finish on it, I just wanna,
We can't go the 25th.
I'm sorry, Ken, or you?
We can't.
We cannot.
We cannot go the 25th.
All right.
We do 4/10.
We have, she and I,
Okay.
both of us have a homework assignment from our,
Got it.
from another department that we have got to get to, the board.
24th, you have your LTN?
24th, I'm bargaining with 1010. Well.
We'll take that. No, we
Yeah, yes,
can't. 28th on the off chance? I guess I'm on the 28th, but I could do it.
and we originally had bargaining on the 30th.
30th.
We had bargaining on the 30th.
Of July, we did have it on
Yes, we
30th?
did.
Yes, we did.
Okay.
So is that?
Yeah, I do, I'm sorry. Why was I thinking 23rd was our last shot? Okay, so we do have 30th
No,
already
no,
scheduled?
no,
Yeah.
we had bargaining on the 30th.
Okay.
8 to 4.
That's right, we do, you are correct. Okay,
So we've got another.
I have it in there. Okay, so we have 2 more already scheduled. So,
So you're happy?
like,
What I'm
Ruth would have
saying
room.
is the 23rd, 8 to 4, and the 30th, 8 to 4.
Dave, I have another thing about comp time, just wanted to confirm about comp time
Okay. To the group?
to whatever, because we have teachers.
You mean in their
who want it.
proposal? You want to ask
Yeah.
about?
Yeah.
Okay, we want to clarify your proposal, Jim.
For comp time, especially with the 6 of 7, it's very difficult to get, because at my school, we do cover for each other for those couple hours. It's very difficult to find anybody that wants to give up the only planning period they have. So a few teachers will do it, they gather a lot of comp time, and then the other problem is they're not able to use it. So is there a cap on comp time, or?
Yes, there is.
And that's gonna stay, and,
Well, that's a cap we may want to talk about, because this whole picture of making folks happy, we've given you that challenge, and it's our challenge.
You know,
So-
talking about comp time though, and there being a larger cap costs money though,
In theory, yeah.
in theory. That's why we've always capped it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Find out.
You know, honestly, most of us take comp time for like a doctor's appointment or something like that. And if you're saying to me that I can't make that doctor's appointment at 8 and then get back to school by 9 because our classes don't start till 9:30, but I have to take 2 hours of comp time and I'm not even going to be on that amount of time, and I've already missed time that I had to do work for the students, then we're going to take time away from classes. Because that's, honestly, teachers are already angry about what you were just saying. And it's not like we're trying to get away with something, we're trying to work it so that we don't lose student time. But if when you say, I've got to find somebody to cover for me for those 2 hours, even if it is at a time during the day when I have 2 classes, I don't think that's gonna get a good reaction the way that's been explained, because we're not trying to get away with something. Most of us will be using comp time. But really, it's for doctors or dental appointments or some other appointment, maybe with the bank or something like that, you've got to get to. So, anyway, I wish you all would think about that before we decide exactly how, whether we have to pick 2 hours and whether we have to find someone to cover for us and all that.
That is the essence of why we brought this to you. It's a case of, I'm gonna miss that beginning of the morning, I might miss my morning duty, I might miss my going to the mailbox, and I might run in 15 minutes into the student day.
Look, I'm
And
not.
it's a total of 45 minutes.
I'm with you. I'm the most easiest, or was the most easiest principal on comp time. And I think everyone at this table who is a principal is easy on comp time. To go back to Larry's why, because I think Larry is looking for a why, not just that we just did this, is that there's no way that we can contractually get a substitute into our buildings for an hour. We can't get it,
Right.
we can't get
But
a
what-
sub for
but
an
what
hour.
we're getting
Plus
at
it's
is-
just cover that. We
what
can
I'm
only
getting
get
at
them
is-
for an hour. We can only
But
get
if
them
I
for
can
an
get
hour.
my neighbor to cover for me for those 15 minutes, like you just said, comp time, if I can get up to 4 hours, if I can get somebody to cover for me for that 15 minutes, so I can take that hour in the morning, I can get
All right.
Debbie next door to cover for me for that hour.
We can look into that, I mean.
Because that's what I'm
But
getting at.
I just want you to know that I can't find a substitute bound by what it is that we have to do with our with the way we contract with our subs, and that is they're either a half a day or a full day.
Right.
The story is, if I'm going to be late because I'm at the doctor, I'm going to be late because I'm at the doctor. And you're going to have to, if you're the principal, you're going to have to figure out something for my classes. You can't just let them wander the halls. You got to figure out something. So now when I come in and I'm 45 minutes late, whether I charge it to comp, to sick, to personal, when I sneak in and you didn't notice, you're going to have to do something with those classes. I'm not suggesting sneaking in, but you're just
So are you
now
saying-
in the spirit of
Well,
good,
but
in the
Wouldn't you
spirit.
have known about the appointment ahead of time and made arrangements?
Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah.
so somehow my class is getting covered, somehow my work is being covered. But on the principal end of it, I got all this comp time, I'm never gonna use all the comp time I'm acquiring. Most teachers are gonna get 30 to 40 hours a year. If I had to do it, just let me use 45 minutes of comp time.
Let me
If
ask you
that's-
this.
I mean, that's kind of the heart of what we're getting at.
Okay, I was the one that look, I had 10 minutes to write some language. I'm not saying it's perfect.
All right.
Okay, I just had 10 minutes to do it. So are you all break some language to me?
Okay, we'll bring
to
you
me.
some language. All right.
Yeah, but bring what it is that you all want, and then we can then take a look at it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We have all acquired 15 minutes of comp time.
Are we done?
We're doing all right, Jim.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
We're doing it.
I'm doing fine. Are you doing okay? Good.
Let's go be the teachers that outline.
Let's just-